Turned off my phone and I was looking around for a clock.
The answer is that it fell off the wall, literally. The great crash.
There was one.
There was one. So, Mr. Forecast now, the timekeeper.
The product.
All right, we'll get underway. We're up to day 3 of stream 3. Mr. Attwood, I presume.
Yeah.
We have a presentation. We have some attached feedback from Associate Emeritus Professor Parker. So it's over to you.
Okay, I had agreed with Jazz earlier that if I submitted in advance my talking notes and you had a chance to read them, then I was happy to proceed directly to questions.
Well, so
and not to optimise the available time.
Well, if you're happy to do that, I have read them, and I'm sure my colleagues have read them. So that's it.
What you've done with your presentation to mark the new bits and pieces is a very useful tool to have to see what has been done and how it has been done. Unfortunately, some of those are not quite clear what they are referring to.
Yeah, I can take you through it.
I just to say, so I thought if you could take us through just briefly on your slides, and you know, feel free to stand up and point your finger at certain things. That would be good, because I think I have an idea of what you mean,
yeah,
but I don't want to assume stuff and later on we are on the wrong path.
So this was prepared after Moira Smith's appraisal or evaluation, when it became clear to me that she had never visited the house and had only stood on the road, despite several invitations to council to actually come and have a look and discuss with me you know, my position and whether it was relevant. And I was aware that the way she wrote, she didn't understand the extent of some of the particularly interior changes. So it was prepared by Tony. Tony's been, Emeritus Professor Parker has been familiar with the house from before my purchase and up until the present day. So he's seen all the revisions and changes and things. So the vision there is that this, obviously from the street, new fences and all instances, new carport.
Can you just slow down? I'm just going to write this. Fences.
Yeah, and in a different form, although to some extent similar, they were nonetheless constructed differently. The next slide is the upstairs bathroom, which is completely new in orientation. First never installed showers in his properties, for example. So that's completely gutted and rebuilt in a new form, and none of the original remains.
Sorry. Has Ms. Moore made any comments at all with regards to the interior in terms of scheduling? He hasn't. It was just. It's just the exterior that is supposed to be taken into account.
Well, this is where I don't understand perhaps where they're coming from. Both the Dunedin desk-bound study didn't visit the house. They did have evidence of what's been changed. Moira would have had access to photographs and drawings, I imagine, but again hasn't visited. Now, to me, Firth as an architect wasn't about just purely exterior. He was very much focused on, and particularly in his public and social housing, on how people live within. So the interiors become very, very valuable. So the changes that I made significantly altered the orientation of spaces and were quite contrary to Firth's original intent.
No, sorry, no.
In some of the things you may have read, you will have noted that Firth was very strong on storage. In fact, it was one of the defining characteristics of his work. Everything was covered in as many cupboards as you could fit in. Now, for myself as a designer, that's just a recipe to accumulate stuff. And I'm probably more of a minimalist than I am a modernist. So I removed all of Firth's storage, and this is one of the upstairs bedrooms where clearly wardrobes, but all other, and that's rebuilt, that's new, but all of Firth's other storage has been removed. I do have some other still photographs of at the time of when I acquired the house, if you were interested in looking at some of the changes. One of the other bedrooms, that cabinetry, if you like, is all new. Downstairs bathroom is substantially altered, or completely altered, because that was originally Firth's back door. So you can probably discern there a change in the flooring. So the back door was removed. It's now laundry, toilet and bath, and it's completely different to what Firth had in that space. This is one of the two living spaces. New fireplace, new big sliding door, so there's quite a lot of steel work to support some of these changes, and new window joinery. Again, the end window to the right of the painting, that's a completely new window, was never there originally. The deck and the deck windows, that's all new and quite different to what was there originally. I can show you the changes in some other material. The deck itself is quite different. It's quite a bit larger and in a different format to what Firth originally had. There's clearly new decking, and the pergola is quite different and was added by me. Again, I've got documentary evidence of what was originally there, so, but I think I've covered that in subsequent slides. So that's again showing from another angle the things I've just covered. There's probably another slide coming which better illustrates this, but in 1965, Firth himself significantly extended the house. And this is one of the main points that I want to be made clear, is that in many documents, Firth is credited with this 20-foot wide German principle of public and social housing. It's very, very small. Firth himself and his family seemed to accept that they had two very small living spaces, and so to the left-hand side of this door, that's quite a large space which was completely added to extend the family's living space. So that window's new, new cabinetry, sorry. My brother, or Tony's brother, attempt to sort of show that whole space there with the white lines is the new addition. New window joinery, new doors out onto a new deck. If you like, between the two soft chairs, if you draw a line across the floor from left to right, that's what was extended. There are photographs of Firth sitting in that space, which looks quite different. The window heights are different, the cabinetry is different. One of the most significant changes in the house is the kitchen. Firth of his time, along with other architects like Pliska, don't appear to have ever been cooks or chefs. And Dr. Such's wife is quoted in the recent biography saying that she detested Pliska and wanted to get him off the scene because he showed no consideration for her needs in the kitchen. So Firth put in a very, very small storage-filled galley kitchen, which was extremely dark and disconnected or isolated from the house. I've gone in the other direction, on the direction of architect Barbara Webster, and made the kitchen completely open to the other living spaces. And that reflects a difference in the way we live. I believe that Firth consigned that responsibility and to an isolation, whereas I said part of integrating things into the way we live now. So all new kitchen and joinery. That's another view, and that doors opening out onto the courtyard, that's entirely new. There was never an interaction or flow between the indoor and outdoor spaces. Firth had a very traditional back door and porch, whereas what I've done here is really integrate the kitchen with the courtyard. That's self-explanatory view of the kitchen. Externally, obviously new planters, new paving, quite different to how Firth had laid things out. Much more, not sure what the word is, but much more structured, or you know, his was quite just ready made. I had to sort of build and put in new surfaces and things. That again illustrates the flow into the kitchen. That door is that sort of the beginning of the extension, which is to the right, which Firth added. New fences, new planters.
Did Firth put that door in, or was that you?
The door was put in by Firth subsequently to his original design. So the 1965 adaptation. Thank you. External view. Interestingly, one other point I haven't mentioned is that Firth had a rather extensive colour palette based on a Paul Klee painting he had acquired at the Museum of Modern Art, and based his interior colours on that painting. And I've got that painting from Firth. I've gone the other way, and it's very minimalist in one colour throughout. Interestingly, Firth also painted his, what would you describe, the soffit below the roof. He painted it in bright yellow and red stripes, which was quite distinctive and quite out of character for other modernist white boxes, but he left it white.
Sorry. Is that the back or the street view?
That would be the opposite of the street view.
Yeah, so the streets are around the other side of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of sun catching side. Just a view of the very rapidly deteriorating hard landscaping. And Firth, the garden was, well, by the time I acquired it, Firth was not a very well man, and the garden had gone to ruin, but that flat area of grass never existed. I flattened it and filled it. Just details of new pavers, new fences, which didn't exist in that form. So this is Tony's attempt to illustrate that whilst you can discern the original fabric, external fabric of the house, I think most people would agree that it has been quite significantly changed for various reasons, including lifestyle, livability, materials, the need for better and more living spaces. So on the left, it's probably not dated in the sources that I am aware of, but roughly at the time that the house was first built. Before Firth added a studio underneath the deck, showing that the deck ran fully across the face of the house. There wasn't the extension. Google was quite different. And, you know, I made the changes in '95. I think that's it.
Thanks very much. That was very, very useful to see, you know, the steps that you have gone through over the years. With regards to the exterior, we have seen the changes towards the garden quite clearly. The changes on the other three facades, of course, you've actually changed, or Firth has changed I look from the back, the facade on to the left, where he has actually put the extension out and put new window, new door in.
We had a door each. I put the double doors from the kitchen to outside.
Oh yeah, and
he put the other door in next to his extension.
And what about the other two facades? Is there a lot of change on those facades, particularly to the street?
I'd say to the right, looking from the garden,
yeah,
or the south, if you like, roughly facing. Apart from one completely new window, that is relatively, I would say, the same. And from the street, apart from the new fences and hard landscaping, you could discern that the windows that you can see are the same originally.
When you say the windows that you can see are the same, is there windows that you can't see that you have changed?
From the road, there's probably two windows that aren't visible, but they are consistent.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's answering my questions.
So just,
you can see from some of the documentation I provided, when 2 years ago council first wrote to say that there was a proposal to schedule, and I wrote back listing a number of points and inviting a visit. There was never any response to that. 2 years later, I received the heritage evaluation from the Dunedin-based 48 pages with a large number of probably cut and paste errors. Again, invitations not responded to. They openly admitted it was a desktop study. They hadn't looked at the house internally and did it only from sources available to them in Dunedin. And then this process sort of commenced. I might have wished that there had been more engagement or at least dialogue, because I think a considerable amount of time might have been saved, and the council did not appear to wish to at least visit and discuss and defend their position, or negotiate on how heritage was being perceived and documented.
fundamentally, Attwood, your case is that this is so different, it's no longer Firth's house, or not Firth's original concept. I got that message loud and clear.
Yeah, I will still refer to it as Firth's house for convenience, because that's how it's known within the architectural community. But I don't think there's anyone that doesn't believe that it has been substantially altered, and particularly in the way we live in the house. And that to pretend or to position it as being genuine or authentic is a misrepresentation.
I think Ms. Smith's logic is that Firth, she accepts that it's been changed significantly, but her logic, as I understand it, is effectively that Firth made a number of those changes. You've obviously made a lot of changes yourself, but that the comparison of that you made original to now is not the right comparison. She's saying we collectively should be comparing the house that Firth left you with what you've now done with it, and which is obviously still substantially changed, but much less substantially because Firth made significant changes of his own. She describes them as sympathetic. What's your answer to that?
Firth made one change.
Yeah.
And that was to add the extension.
Yeah.
Which I have subsequently also modified so that the extension is not original. And that was the only thing that Firth ever did to the house. Just didn't simply have the resources. He was aged. He and his wife both had poor health, so the house was derelict by the time I acquired it and in a very, very poor condition. So I disagree then with that, your comments that it's kind of a bit of Firth, bit of me. But Firth made in 1965, I think because the house was just far too small for contemporary living. Other than that, he didn't do anything.
And your contention, as I understand it, is that even to that extent Firth changed it, he was shifting it from the original concept that Ms. Smith has fastened on of you say social housing. What he was modifying it to suit himself in a way that didn't match the original concept. Is that, like, if I got that correct?
And the commentators, including the late heritage architect Greg Bowen, who wrote extensively on the house, and Julia Gatley, are all writing about the house as it was built. And that seems to have been adopted by any number of people. In fact, yesterday I found I had a couple of other reports that I haven't tabled from architectural students, but they all just take what Greg Bowen wrote and then seem to step it forward to now, not recognising that when Greg wrote the piece in Zealand Crusade, he was actually describing Firth's design philosophy in relation to public and social housing at that time. And certainly not in 1994. And Greg was very, very clear about Firth did write extensively about public and social housing. It's my contention that council should be looking to protect those examples of his work if that is what is regarded as the most important contribution, because the house itself, as Moira Smith and others have referred, is not particularly distinctive or significant in architectural terms. It wasn't influential. It never won any awards. It's not regarded as his best work. However, I'm not disputing that Firth may have had influence in the areas of public and social housing. And if there is heritage value, then those are the things that should be sought out and protected. My suspicion is they don't exist anymore because they weren't particularly good social or public housing and haven't stood the test of time, either for construction building purposes or because they're just not fit for contemporary living.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just two, Mr. Attwood, thank you. Once again, can you go back one slide, if that's possible? When I the point that you make about it has changed substantially. When I look at that, I still see the basis of many of the original. Like I still see the three windows at the top. And so. Do you think this house should have any protections or restrictions? Or do you think it should just be taken off completely?
I've asked to be taken off completely.
So you don't think there should be any restrictions at all to that?
I don't think anybody is served. I don't think the future study of modernist architecture is served by claims that this is an authentic original house, because it's not. I'm probably more interested from a heritage perspective in the precincts of the city and the community than what council's done is pick on for isolated modernist houses ahead of others. And To go back to your point, yes, I can also agree that in aspects, those 3 windows are the same windows. But my biggest contention is that the way the house flows, the way we use the spaces now is significantly different, and that reflects changes in the way we live in our houses. If anyone wanted to study what the architectural merit, is probably more interesting, I think, to study what has changed over the 30 years in terms of how we live, how we cook, how we eat, how we share spaces. I mean, this is pre-television, pre-refrigerator, pre-shower, and now we live in quite different ways. And so to claim that it was a modernist house, it was of its era in 1941, it's no longer that.
The only other, thank you for that. The only other question I have is, do you think that the values of this house are purely aesthetic or visual? Are there other parts of it that could be considered of heritage value that are not necessarily aesthetic?
I'm not sure I completely understand how I might frame or differentiate that. It's architecture, so it is an aesthetic. Perhaps the functionality is the area that we perhaps are not aligned on. But there's no other. There's no possessions of Firth, but there's all his what was available as furniture. His drawings are all Alexander Turnbull. There's extensive documentation. So as I've argued in the things I've written, if anyone wants to understand the house and the times in which it was built, there's a very, very easily accessible, publicly available archive that will explain much more about Firth's vision and the philosophies at the time and what he was seeking to achieve for the benefit of the communities that he served than what anyone might deduce by visiting the house now. I might feel differently if that archive didn't exist and he was forgotten. But in fact, it's what Firth wanted for public and social housing in New Zealand is extremely well documented, and an interesting case for people to look at in the context of today when we're still trying to solve some of the problems that he desperately sought to address. But it's not this house. Those were the other buildings he did, the state houses. Does that sort of? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Attwood, just very briefly from me, I've been listening intently, taking some notes, and thank you for your presentation. It strikes me that there are 3 questions for the panel to consider. The first is, does this house qualify for a listing in the plan? And there are tests prescribed in the regional policy statement. You'll be aware of policy 21 that assists in answering that question. Your position is clear. There's an alternate position by Ms. Smith, and we need to rationalise that somehow. Don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on the second 2 questions, and the questions that you've actually posed yourself in your written material. And the first is on your very last paragraph, where you say what is being protected. And I'm not clear in my own mind whether it's the external components of the house or whether it's the internal or both. Are you able to assist in that? What's being protected by the scheduling in the district plan?
Yeah, and that's me trying to illustrate that I'm interested in how you can claim heritage status for something that was.
No, hang on. I think you must understand the question. Do you? What's your understanding of what the district plan scheduling is seeking to protect? Is it the external facade, or is it the internal facade, or is it both? Sorry, not internal. The internal workings.
I don't think that the criteria that has been applied.
Again, that's not the
But
question.
that doesn't.
The question, Mr. Attwood, is what is your understanding of what the district plan scheduling is seeking to protect? If you don't understand it, just say so.
It doesn't differentiate between interior, exterior.
Okay.
In fact, the criteria that seems to be most significant does not relate to what is built. It relates to first standing.
Okay. To assist on that second question, and apologies if you've covered this already, is what's the listing in the operative district plan for this property?
I don't understand, or don't have reference to that. Sorry.
Is you've owned this property since
94, 95?
Yeah. Okay. In 2000, the council notified their current operative district plan, and there's been some plan changes along the way. Is this property captured by the currently operative district plan? Do you know that? Okay. Third question, and it's again the question that you've posed at your paragraph or your section 5, is that entitled district plan constraints. You say under the district plan, and presume you mean the proposed plan, no future changes or developments are now possible. We've heard from Mr. McCutcheon, who's the planner for the council, saying that there's no preclusion on alterations or additions. Rather, it has to go through a resource consent process, I think, as a restricted discretionary activity. So there's a process to go through. There's some policy guidance on to assist how those consents are processed, but he was at pains to indicate that it's not a preclusion or a prohibition on changes or development. Does that change your position in any way?
There's a very specific reference to not being allowed to add any more than 10%.
That's as a permitted activity, Mr. Attwood. If you infringe that standard, you then get into a consent process as a restricted discretionary activity, where the policy is not an avoidance policy, it's a managed type policy. So each
My reading of the paragraph was quite explicit that,
okay,
that the 10% was not negotiable.
Okay. Put it this way, Mr. Attwood, if what I've suggested to you is correct and there is no prohibition, does that change your position in any way?
I'm not trying to be oblique or to
No.
But if I was a prospective purchaser,
yes,
it's the unknown quantities. I understand that I could make changes if I applied and they were agreed to. So it's perhaps in what I've written say that no changes are allowed. The point is you don't know when you embarked on the process with an architect, with a heritage person, that you're working into the unknown, and you could actually invest significantly only to find that, so the only thing I have specifically noted is the 10% rule, which Firth himself had obviously worked against, and that almost every change to the house would have to be navigated in a situation where the house is really now far too small for a contemporary home. Yes. And so it is going to constrain me as an owner or subsequent owners.
Yes.
And it's the unknowns that concern me, because we're not sure what might be considered or negotiated.
Sure.
But I can say that I did listen to a heritage architect from Auckland on Radio New Zealand saying that he believed heritage was best served by negotiation and working together to say you could do this, but we don't think you should do that.
And do you think the resource consent process would enable that negotiation to occur?
I've had no experience of working,
okay,
so I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That was all from me.
Commissioner, I can tell you it wasn't listed in the ADP because I've just checked. It wasn't. I think that's it from us. I'll just check with my colleague.
How are we doing for time?
That's it.
How are we doing for time?
6 minutes. Is there anything you want to say in conclusion? I think we've asked all the questions we wanted to ask of you.
I would like to note, please, that there has been no supportive submissions from the architectural community who probably originated this process several years ago with council, that they felt there was a need to protect more modernist buildings in Wellington. But since this process began, no one from the architectural community, from the heritage community, has stepped up to support council's scheduling. And I find that quite notable, that they don't seem interested, or they don't care, or they recognise that the house has actually been changed. So I am happy that I've had this opportunity, and if you feel you've done, then we can wrap up.
We're grateful for you taking the time, getting Professor Parker's input, so we can have that available to us, and also the very clear photographic clear photographs, and then your explanation over the top, which has been helpful.
You're very welcome. If you feel a need to visit the house, I can make it available. Jazz is aware of my circumstances in terms of being out of Wellington, but as a consequence of today, that you'd like to make, it would only take a very short visit to verify where my position is coming from, and for you to judge whether you agree or whether you feel that others' opinion is, you'd be very welcome to visit if you feel the need.
Appreciate the offer. As I should tell you, I lived in Pouhere for 30 years. I've probably been past your place only about 500 times.
Did you see any significance?
I couldn't possibly comment. Let's just say I didn't notice it at the time.
You did what?
I didn't notice it.
I mean, heritage-wise, there's a lot more else, around the neighbourhood, like the original Beagle home, the historian, all the milieu of Wellington society would meet there. And so there's quite a few significant places as well nearby. Thanks, James. Just reiterated that invitation that you wanted, but you know the circumstances that I do need to get away, but I can stay for a long time. Yeah, just yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Mr. Raymond, Dr. Jacobs.
Very much.
More of your team would like.
It's easy because we're at the same building.
So I suddenly noticed you weren't coming colossal distances. I was riding the lifts thinking, oh yeah.
It's very convenient.
Let's just say no excuses if you were late. But well, gentlemen, how would you like to proceed? Obviously, we've read your evidence. Is there anything you particularly want to highlight to us before we ask you some questions?
Tēnā koutou katoa, just a couple of things to highlight, and then Dr. Jacobs might also have a couple of highlights, and then over to the panel. In my evidence, paragraph 7, that outlines the main topics where, in response to the 42A, there was some differences of opinion. And I've also had the opportunity to look at the supplementary statements, Ms. Smith and Mr. McCutcheon. Comment on the Newtown Heritage Area height standard. in preparing for this, I've had a look at the operative district plan, and my reading of it is that the height limit in Newtown is 12 metres, not 18 metres. So I wonder, I could be reading the plan wrong, but that's what I take from it, looking at the operative plan standard 7.6.2.1.1.
Say that number again, 7.6.
7, I have a copy of it if it's helpful to the panel.
But just give that to me.
7.6.2.1. There's a table outlining the different centres. This is in the centres zone of the operative plan. And under that, Newtown is 12 metres, apart from one specific site, which is 9 metres. The 18-metre area is Adelaide Road between the basin and the hospital. If there's something I've missed in the operative plan, then I presume Mr. McCutcheon can outline that. But it was one of the points which he has relied on in saying the proposed plan shouldn't be a lower standard than what's in the operative plan. So I've just wanted to table that. I also note the Appendix 1 accidental discovery protocol. Mr. McCutcheon's accepted revised wording I suggested with one minor change. So I've also, for the convenience of the panel, just presented that in the statement. My changes plus his changes, which I think is just deleting the words Māori artefacts and retaining the words Taonga Tūturu in the paragraph. I noticed that this week in the response to a question, I think Mr. McCutcheon talked about the timetable of consultation for places to be added to the district plan, including in relation particularly to McLean Flats and Hurston, and the dates of when those places were added to the New Zealand Heritage List, and in relation to prior engagement with heritage owners, which started December 2020, and then the draft district plan opened for consultation November 2021, and Heritage New Zealand submitted on that draft plan, which included requests to include McLean Flats and Hurston, and was the PDP notified in July 22. So in spite of the obvious workload that council staff have been doing in rather tight timeframes, I think there has been opportunity to consider that submission on the draft plan. Would have been included in the proposed plan. The only other comment, Turi King area, there's a general agreement about the extent, and Ms. Smith also included a 20-metre buffer to capture certain landscape features. So I think you asked for a more detailed or maybe more precise map of that. I think in general that seems like a logical and appropriate extent for that area. Maybe you can ask me questions now, or Dr. Jacobs might speak, and then you can ask either of us.
Why don't we hear from Dr. Jacobs and we'll
Tēnā koutou, thank you for allowing us to speak again to our evidence. I think everything is pretty clear. I hope it's clear. If it's not, we'll answer questions in my written evidence. But just wanted to stress how important it is to consider sort of McLean Flats and Gordon Wilson Flats as a unit, as a complex in a single site. I do talk about that, particularly in 17 and 18. But it's a very rare instance where you can see kind of two transitions. One is a density transition as well as an architectural transition in the same place under essentially the same type of program, in this case public housing. And I add just, I guess anecdotally, that the Dixon Street Flats, which is not far away, represents an even earlier phase of that. So you actually have 3 buildings in an immediate area. that can tell quite an interesting story about modernism in New Zealand as well as public housing. And I think that's all I wanted to stress at the moment. Happy to answer questions, as I'm sure you'll have them. Yeah.
So, I wonder if we should start with planning questions, then go. Mr. Raymond, I had a question at your paragraph 15, talking about you said you've considered the statement by Tauranga Otoa Rangatira. You say statement, we didn't get a written statement. Do you mean the verbal statement?
The verbal statement in response to a question which I listened to the recording of that day of the hearing to know what that question and the response was.
I think it's just an error. Just confirm this. Paragraph 32, citing Ms. Welsh, an increase to a 6-metre building. Not sure that's right.
Increase of a height limit. Mission. Metre, 6 stories, sorry. Submission talked in terms of stories rather than meters. So yes, that is an error. Apologies for that.
Paragraph 34. Responding to Mr. McCutcheon's reasoning in B, noting the heritage area is only one property wide, properties to the rear having 21 or 22 metres. So it's a setback. Question is, are you stepping outside your expertise? Isn't that an urban design issue?
Potentially, it is definitely an urban design issue. It's more of an observation from a planning point of view of what the rules are. That there's a height of 12 and there's a height of 21, 22.
And the other potentially relevant fact is the Kaingora have some significantly higher height standards in that immediate step. Now, if we were to look favourably on Kaingora's I've forgotten whether they're seeking 40 or 30 metres, which of course, much larger step. What would your attitude then be?
And in my opinion, a 30-40 metre building in the middle of Newtown is
just don't go to the merits of Kaingora's position. Just say to treat it as a contingency.
yes.
If X, then
there is still, in a sense, what we're looking at is the values of the identified heritage area and the built form, that the framework has a certain height as part of those, is one of the factors that needs to be considered within that area, regardless of what's behind it, whether it's low or 20 metres or more.
paragraph 42. Vice notes, you're suggesting the discoveries of Maori origin. How's anybody going to know that?
Archaeologists would know if it's if it's European, it may be post-contact settlement, and it may be artifacts which shards of pottery or broken bottles or whatever, obviously post-contact. If it's something like, for example, a remnant of gardening, which happen in places like Te Aro, or hangi pits or something like that, that's obviously something of Maori origin. It's not necessarily a Taonga tūturu, but it is something which is archaeology of Maori origin, as opposed to archaeology like a broken bottle, which is not of Maori cultural origin.
The
Mr. Raymond, good morning. I just have a very short question. Your paragraph 53, when you're talking about the ranking of the schedule in the district plan, you agree that, or you accept the author's conclusion that ranking is not undertaken. And you clarify that with saying that it would be a lot of work, basically, to do that.
Yeah.
Besides the fact that it would be a lot of work, would you consider that a ranking would be a better way of doing it? And if so, what are the advantages of ranking?
I wouldn't say it's better. There are just a lot of district plans which do have a categorization of A and B or whatever. The advantage of it is that there's a strict activity status or planning framework around those places. It may be, for example, non-complying demolition rule, whereas a category B place in some places would be restricted discretionary, same activity. So it's recognising some places have higher value than others. So that is an advantage in those systems or ways of approaches to planning. In this case, this proposed plan, I think it can be taken that all places that have enough merit to enter the heritage schedule have enough merit to be protected equally. And I think that's also a valid approach.
Do you see any risk that things that are of higher significance would be not treated the way they should, or on the contrary, that things that are not quite as valuable are treated too strictly?
I think the risk is low because each case would be subject to heritage impact assessments by professionals, and that would include looking at what are the values of the place that we're trying to protect, what's the effect of the proposed work, and if it's something of extremely high value, then it's going to be a high level of scrutiny, be more interest from the public, from lobby groups, from interest groups. something which potentially is of not such great value, or the effects of altering it are not as major, then that will reflect on in that assessment.
Because, of course, it's not ranked in the plan, and it's not clear to any reader of the plan what's of higher value or lower value. Are you saying that the noise of the public, to put it bluntly, is the replaces the ranking? The louder the public is, the higher the value of the place. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. It would be more on the professional heritage impact assessment. But I can imagine a scenario if someone wanted to demolish St Gerard's Monastery, there would be a lot more interest in that than there would be in something like 18 Vera Street, for example.
Euphemism. A lot more interest.
Great, thanks for that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Sure, which of you gentlemen is the writer? I've thought of a point that submitter has raised. Ms. Khan has given us material, not about her house. We will talk to Dr. Jacobs about that, but about the heritage listing, and she has told us that in effect her father family, her father and or her family, I don't think she puts it as high as that they were misled, but that they certainly understood from their consultation with Heritage New Zealand that there were no consequences of listing of the Khan house. And she now thinks, well, there are all the consequences in the world because the council are having regard to that listing in its own plan listing, which does have consequences. So liken it to the greasy slope. Now, it's not so much the merits of the listing, we'll talk to Jacobs about that, but the process of listing, the equity of listing for one purpose on one basis and entering into what seems, no doubt to her, to be a vortex that no one understood at the outset. So what's your response to that question? Do you think Dr. Jacobs was better equipped to answer the policy issue?
He knows the
I
background.
know both the listing process as well as what we specifically told Cloud Khan in 2005. Would you like me to speak to that now?
Yes, please.
So it is true, the listing process, and we let Mr. Khan know this in 2005, that there are no direct protections for listing. That was conveyed, at least it was likely conveyed verbally on the phone through site visits, but it was certainly conveyed in writing, as well as our knowledge that there was a 2005 brochure about our listing process that would have gone out with the letters about what the consequences are. I'll just read in the letter to Mr. Khan on 15th of December 2005, explaining that it had been listed as a Category 1 historic place. There is an entire section that says, what does registration mean? It was emphasized, it does not provide protection. And in the next section, it says, however, registration can lead to protection. Local authorities who have the main responsibility for protecting heritage often include registered places and areas in their district plans. District plans protect heritage through rules that vary from council to council. Individuals and groups can nominate a place or building for inclusion in the district plan. Your local council planning staff will be able to advise you on this process. So there are two separate processes. With regard to us sitting here or including our support for that scheduling, it's been proposed by the council to be scheduled, and our mission is protecting heritage, and therefore we will support that, but it is not our proposal per se to have it scheduled. It's merely supporting that proposal. So I think to say that they were duped is not correct.
I will come to the merits of due course. Any other questions for Raymond on planning front?
Yes. Mr. Raymond, two matters. I was listening to your answers to Commissioner Lutz on the policy and rule framework that's embodied in the proposed district plan, and you may or may not be aware, we had a quite a lengthy discussion with Mr. McCutcheon about that on day one. Perhaps it's a bit of a blur now. What I took from your answers to Commissioner Lutz is that you and Heritage New Zealand are reasonably satisfied with the policy and rule framework in terms of the way it's proposed.
Yes, very much so.
Yes. That really it comes down to a merit assessment on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
And the heavy lifting will be done by the heritage impact assessments.
Correct.
Yes. If the council had adopted a more nuanced approach to listing and a categorisation approach, presumably you would be seeking a different policy approach to accompany that.
Yeah, if there were different categories, then it logically follows that there should be different framework and policies around that.
Yes, yes. And you're confident that discretionary activity is able to deliver a variety of outcomes based on the circumstances?
Yeah.
Including decline?
Yes, that's possible.
Yes. Okay. And the question I put to Mr. McCutcheon was on that basis, and it's critical that the policy setting is important to either enable genuine exceptions to be approved, or where they don't qualify as genuine exceptions for the outcome to be decline. Okay. Thank you. Second question is just about the role of listings and registration. Dr. Jacobs, you talked about in your response that you quoted that registrations can lead to protection. Is that the sole purpose of registration, or do they have a wider function?
I mean, listing, well, registration is the former term. So listing by Heritage New Zealand.
Yes.
I mean, the Heritage New Zealand list, Raurangi Kororo, is the official list of heritage places in New Zealand. The Environment Court has acknowledged that the backing documentation generally is of a very high level and can make cases for heritage places. So it's really an information tool and a recognition tool. And to use a comparative, I mean, in the United States, federal recognition doesn't convey direct protections either. It comes further down. And I think the important thing is that's what's keeping the grassroots sort of local authority involvement and what the community wants kind of in process, and balances it out. But it is something that the people working on the Resource Management Act replacements are grappling with, the sort of two systems of conservation, essentially,
Sure.
that I struggle with myself.
So can I take it from that there's more than one reason for having a listing then?
Correct.
Thank you for that. That's all.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So paragraph 15, coming back to the definition for wāhi tapu, wāhi tupuna, you noted in there that it seems to be a place where mana whenua are defining what that means for them. If that's not doesn't have a material impact on the outcome, what's wrong with that?
So I think in the submission, I'd probably referred to it as a definition. And on reflection, I can see that there are two lists. There's the list of definitions and there's a glossary. and then looking at how is that word used throughout the plan. Is it used as if it's a definition, and do rules and provisions rely on that word? And I think it doesn't. It is, I can't recall exactly where it's referred to, but it's not a term which is relied on. So in that case, and I think Mr. McCutcheon's also responded to this in his supplementary, that it's not as crucial that it aligns with the legislation. I don't, yeah, so if there's, I think I said in my probably hearing one, if there's a good reason for that term to be different, I'd be interested in hearing that. And that's why I wanted to listen to what the Taonga Tira said in response to a question, hearing stream 1, I think it was. So yeah, that's the discussion around glossary versus definition. That helps.
Yeah, no, that's useful. And the other, coming back to the appendix, advice notes around artifacts, etc., and the proposed wording. The 1900 line in the sand. I in a planning context, I struggle with the relevance of a line in the sand to be used in that way. So if a tribal group were having a hangi on New Year's Eve before 1900, and they then had a hangi on the 2nd of January, I don't see the difference from a tikanga perspective or the significance of that. You've said in here in your evidence that if that is not adhered to, it creates some confusion with regards to how it's defined and then utilised in a planning context. My question is the same. How much of a material difference does it actually make if there is a different, other than, as you rightfully pointed out, someone could apply for an archaeological authority where it's not needed? Is that the only issue we're dealing with here?
Not just the application, but there's daily inquiries about does this work? Does it need an archaeological assessment? Does it need an archaeological authority? And the clear answer nationwide as well is there pre-1900 evidence? And there's also, of course, there's a difference between archaeological evidence and needing an authority and cultural value. So there can be places that have really high and significant cultural values, even though the archaeology has already been removed and there's nothing physical in the ground. Or it might be something very significant culturally post 1st of January 1900, which is technically not an archaeological site.
Yeah. No, I get that. I think that's a good answer around the values versus the practical application. Yeah, so that was useful. Thank you.
We'll go on to Dr. Jacobs now. Same principle, Mr. Raymond. If Dr. Jacobs expresses something and you think this planning overlay, he can defer to you, or you can add something over the top. We're relaxed about that, but I suppose I want everybody to stick in their lanes and tell us if there's a reason why there is an overlap.
Mr. Jacobs, we have had long discussions yesterday and the day before yesterday with regards to the methodology that was used by the council to prioritise their work out of the big pot of 600 and narrowing down what should or shouldn't be assessed at this point in time. Part of the assessment was that anything that Heritage New Zealand has actually put on their list will be highly ranking in the assessment process. we have had a lot of submitters that said, there's not enough assessed because they came with things, and there's always more research that needs to be done and more information that needs to be found. In terms of the assessments that are done by Heritage New Zealand, do you have an understanding in how far they are different to the assessments that the council does?
I don't think there are large material differences, and I know in recent years for things that we have already listed, oftentimes the people working on the scheduling work might ask to quote sections of our reports. So historically, I can't answer that. Presently, I think they're more in alignment. That's mainly because heritage practice has become more precise, more defensible, and more cohesive in terms of looking at a place as fully as they can. But all historians understand that there is the trunk of letters hiding somewhere that could change an assessment of a place, and that kind of historical research is done as professionally as it can and as much as looked at as possible. But there is always a knowledge there might be other things out there that might change an assessment.
So you would think there would not be a hell of a lot extra that the council would need to do in addition to what comes out of your office?
I cannot say that that would be the case. They hire the same types of people that we hire for forming these roles, and hire consultants that we would hire to do projects for us. So while the scope of the project and the project brief might be slightly different, I think overall the work would be largely the same. And the criteria, while not identical, are close enough that they would be comprehensive enough to perform the same function.
Thank you.
Heike, I wondered if I could ask a supplementary on that. I'm interested in that from a broad conceptual approach, but I'm also interested in relation to one of the recommended sites that Heritage New Zealand have commented on, and that's the McLean Flats. I'm going to ask Mr. Raymond a question first. And my question is, what is the role of policy guidance in a regional policy statement in the exercise that Heritage New Zealand undertakes for their own assessment leading to a listing or registration? Firstly, is there a role, and if so, what role does it play? Now, in this case, I'm thinking of policy 21 in the regional policy statement, which sets out what's deemed to be significant historic heritage, and it lists a series of factors, of which, the way the policy is written, if you trigger one of those factors, you're in the tent, so to speak, in terms of significant historic heritage.
So obviously the regional policy statement is directive to local authorities to consider places.
Yes.
In terms of so you're asking.
It's asking, does it play a role in Heritage New Zealand's own assessments of what is historic heritage and whether listings should result?
I actually can't comment on that. Our listing team have their own process of assessments, and I don't know if they consider things like regional policy statements.
Okay. Our act really requires us to consider our own criteria, which again, yes. I do. Another thing I struggle with is that there's not one set of criteria.
Yes.
Some of the criteria, I'd say ours is probably in widest use, or variations of ours is in widest use, but there are other sets of criteria. But on the whole, when you get down to the core of what they're doing, they're usually not doing dissimilar things. They're looking at history, they're looking at design, they're looking at association, they're looking at cultural values.
Yes. And the other 6 matters.
Yes. That's right.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Haven't banked that question and answer. and I'm not picking on the McLean flat by any means, but the recommendation from Ms. Smith is that McLean flat should be assessed by the council against the WCC criteria and GWRC policy 21 for heritage identification. And that's on the face of it, that suggests that notwithstanding the assessment and listing that's been undertaken by Heritage New Zealand, some further assessment is required to determine whether the heritage listing, the listing in the Heritage New Zealand's registration qualifies for listing in the district plan. That's my take on what's being proposed. Do you disagree with that?
I think
That interpretation anyway.
yeah, the difference in criteria, if you compare them side by side, they're very much the same, and the differences are a slight or subtle.
Okay.
Might also add that Ms. Smith might be looking at the place as a singular building by itself, whereas we were looking at them as a pair.
Yes.
And that may have indicated why she might feel that separate, if there wasn't going to be an action by the council or the district plan to join the two, that perhaps she saw value in assessing it by itself rather than as a pair.
I think that type of recommendation isn't limited to that particular site. It does appear in other recommendations. So
I think Commissioner, the other point, it was certainly, you're right, that it needed further assessment, but I think in clarification discussing it yesterday, it was also that more information or different information was needed out of the assessment to populate the plan provisions. So with your leave, I'd like to put that question also,
yes.
whether the HNZ listing will actually provide all the information that is required to populate a council listing.
The only thing I could see as possibly being distinct is how the council may weigh integrity of the heritage fabric. We all know that the building hasn't been particularly well cared for recently. We did visit the site on a number of occasions as part of our process, but now that's a few years past now, and the building has sat there. So perhaps Ms. Smith was considering that aspect of it, not so much the historical research and conclusions and assessment about heritage values, but whether or not the building retains enough fabric and integrity to meet the standards of the district plan.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And thanks for that question. That was on my mind too. Just for the record, I've specifically focused on the McLean flats and not the adjoining building for reasons that become obvious. Thank you.
Oh, you go.
Can I just try to clarify? So you're saying the integrity, the Heritage New Zealand listings do not assess the integrity or don't take into account the integrity?
No, we do
whereas the
take
council
into
does?
account integrity. It's
Where is the difference? I don't quite know where the difference is yet.
I understood the answer to be that it was taken account in 2016 and it's potentially deteriorated since then.
Oh, okay. So it's a timeline. Yep.
It's a time issue rather than nature of the inquiry issue. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. Didn't quite get that. Talking about Wilson flats and McLean flats, looking in your assessment, one of the significant matters there is that in terms of the technological significance, it has a seismic monitoring system in the Gordon Winson flats. Now, how much significance can that have when the building is actually deemed earthquake prone? It sounds a little bit yeah.
No, fair enough.
Contradictory. And on top of that, the building is through earthquakes that we recently had in not so good condition.
There are also approaches to how the building was engineered that were thinking about earthquakes in a way that hadn't been done earlier. I mean, the thing about earthquake prone is that's an MBS rating, which is done through a detailed seismic assessment, which is a process that is all we have, but even the engineering community are somewhat critical of how we arrive at those numbers. So I think it's there is technical significance to the building that exists regardless of the building's rating using current earthquake standards, which are constantly tightening and becoming, the bar continues to get higher. So it's two different things. One is a historical value and the technical value from a historical standpoint versus how MBS ratings, for example, are derived today.
Thank you. The other question was, and you pointed in that direction earlier, there is currently 3 state housing blocks on the list, or there actually were 3 on the list. There's still 3 in Wellington. There were 4 on the list. That included the Grays F ones in Auckland, which were demolished, as we know. The 3 on the list now includes the Dixon Street flats, but there is also the Berempore flats. What's the significance of the Gordon, Wilson and the McLeans over the other flats, other than it has been a little bit later in time?
So to take Berempore first, that was a completely different approach to public housing and community development. It's if you're familiar with it, it's most of a block, or it's partial block of attached terrace housing and some garden apartment style buildings, creating a square, a rectangle around a community center at the center. So it's as much a statement. It's a lower scale, not freestanding houses, but some attached houses and apartments that creates a community where people gather at the center. So it's a slightly different model. It was, so far as I'm aware, intended for families or young families, and it was also sitting within a lower scale environment. Even at the time, while Wellington has become higher scaled, at the time these buildings went in the late 30s, kind of 1940s and the 1950s, 60s. Wellington was denser in that part of the city. So they're thinking these places were also meant not for, in most cases, not for families or perhaps younger families, but for pensioners and single people working in the city. So I guess as far as I'll separate out then Berempore, and we'll just set that aside unless you have any questions about it specifically.
One question, where exactly are Berempore flats?
They're along Rintoul Street.
Centennial Flats, or which ones are they?
Yeah, they're Centennial Flats.
Centennial Flats is Adelaide Road, south of the Berempore shops.
Adelaide Road.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're kind of a creamy stucco expanse of buildings along the road.
On the left-hand side, travelling towards Island Bay.
Yeah, what's it?
They're on the left-hand side of Adelaide Road, travelling towards Island Bay.
Yeah.
The commissioner's on the Island Bay bus route.
And then as far as Dixon Street, McLean and Gordon Wilson, I mean, you do have three very distinct forms of modernism sitting within a very close area with each other. I think we'll talk more about modernism's arrival in New Zealand under the Khan House when you get to the Khan House questioning. And also Pliszka was involved with Dixon Street Flats, but he wasn't the sole architect of that building. He had sort of come into a process that was already in process. They're quite distinct, I think, if you look at them. I think any person who looks closely at them could see there are quite a lot of differences, and it just Perhaps there was a reaction to Dixon Street flats when they built or designed McLean flats and they wanted something lower scale. Perhaps there was just more land available for when they were designing McLean flats, if they could do something lower that spread over a whole parcel rather than the Dixon Streets, which had to be taller because it was a narrower parcel of land. I don't know enough of the history to get to the sort of the ultimate forms, but they embraced modernism with state housing, particularly for higher density housing, very early, at a time when the state houses, for example, which is the other part of the program, were quite traditional, pared down. So yeah, it's quite remarkable that these are sitting so close by and can very clearly demonstrate the change in modernism and approaches to density in one place. You can almost stand right on the terrace and kind of turn yourself around and almost see them all.
Is there any group value in that?
I think personally there is group value.
In your paragraph 53, design guides and oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry.
McLean flats and Gordon Wilson flats and the juxtaposition of the two. My understanding is that listed in sequence. Gordon Wilson was listed first, then subsequently in McLean flats. Is that right? Or were they listed together?
The scheduling of Gordon Wilson happened first.
So scheduling.
Our project.
Yeah, we'll say scheduling for your process, listing for the council's process.
Correct.
Keep them separate. Keep them separate.
Yes, so the listing process, I can't remember if the nomination was specifically just for Gordon Wilson flats, and then as we did the research, we expanded it to include McLean flats. I don't have the information on the top of my head, but we did list them together as a unit. So either from the beginning of the nomination or through our own research and analysis, we found that it made sense from our standpoint. The Category 1 historic place would be two buildings together, and it was done simultaneously.
And I was intrigued by the fact I reread the Environment Court decision on the Gordon Wilson flats. Were you still Historic Places New Zealand at that point?
I think that we were Heritage New Zealand by that point.
You were Heritage New Zealand, but it's cited Heritage New Zealand then as considering that the Gordon Wilson flats were of moderate significance. Now, that view has obviously changed, and I'm intrigued by the fact that, well, that tells me something about how flexible the assessment process might be if you can go from moderate significance, and which is left right off, to high significance Category 1. As I say, that raises questions in my mind about, well, how robust is the assessment process that you can swing from one pendulum to the other?
I think the key thing to keep in mind when the statement of moderate significance was made, and I don't know which staff member would have made it, could have come from advocacy rather than the list entry, but it doesn't matter. It was a statement made. We hadn't done an assessment yet. That was based on sort of what people knew or what they saw, but it was the robust historical and analytical assessment that is part of the list entry process that allowed us to conclude that it had Category 1 significance for outstanding or special reasons at that time. So that would explain the distinction between one and the other. So there's a preliminary analysis versus a more learned and complete and robust analysis.
And clarification for your paragraph 22. Talking about consultation as an issue. I was left unclear. Are you saying that you disagree with the officer's position because consultation with an owner is not significant, or because you believe that it has occurred in this case? I was left a little unclear.
Yeah, I think it was that in our consultation with the owner about how they may redevelop the site, one of the proposals they made was ask, is it enough if we keep McLean Flats and destroy Gordon Wilson Flats? Can it tell the same story? And so that would lead us to conclude, I think correctly, that the council or the owner acknowledged that McLean Flats has a level of significance. And we were saying, no, they're actually two parts of a larger story and tell different parts of that story. But just as far as our consultation, at no time did we think that it couldn't be redeveloped as part of a scheme by the university to further develop and actually further densify that site. It was just whether or not they were going to take them down and do what they want with the site.
Well, ask the conceptual question. Do you think that consultation with an owner is a critical element in listing / scheduling? Scheduling on your side and listing on the council side, is consultation with the owner a critical element?
So our act requires us to take on the viewpoints of an owner into consideration. It does not require owner consent to be listed in our case. At a personal level, the best heritage outcomes are ones that are arrived at with an owner. But I do know that I'm becoming more and more aware of it, that the private property ethos in New Zealand is quite strong. And it is a struggle for me sometimes to sort of work out where that line is drawn. Coming out of a place where it's surprisingly less strong in the US, it's just something that I'm working through. But I think consultation with owners is an important part of the process. Whether it affects the heritage values, they don't have a strong effect on the heritage values in general. Not in all cases. Sometimes the owner isn't integrally involved with the place, and so they have a history that's important to the place. But so yes, we do have to take the owner opinion into consideration, but we do not require owner consent.
Thank you.
Paragraph 53. The design guide discourages facadism. We have had propositions from the council that buildings, while they agree with generally that facadism is not a good outcome, they are still of the opinion that in some cases facadism is better than taking the whole thing down. What's your view on that?
Facadism is a last resort, but sometimes it is an acceptable or barely acceptable last resort, but it should never be the first port of call for a developer or a council or anybody considering a project involving a heritage building. We did have a study done a few years ago about facadism, which ultimately resulted in one of our former list entries, which was a building when it was listed, but it became a facade. Hamilton Chambers down on Lambton Quay, you can go see for yourself. And we did get into a discussion of good facadism and bad facadism. I mean, facadism as a whole is bad, but in that case, the design of the new building made that facade seem like a remnant piece that was just a decorative item, not a freestanding building, which ideally is what facadism would lead to, that you preserve the facade and you preserve a sense of the building as a building rather than the facade as an artistic fragment or architectural fragment.
Right. Shall we get down to syntax? We've talked about Hamilton Chambers. What do you think about Stuart Dawson's corner?
We struggled with Stuart Dawson's corner, and I think if you found a lot of our advice was quite cautious about not necessarily opposed to that project as a whole, but how do you retain a sense of those three buildings. I believe there were three, as three buildings when they're being folded into a larger development. It wasn't opposition necessarily to the development. It was how the development affects the heritage and a sense of, and for the most part, the streetscape values are maintained, although I did walk up whatever road goes past the Owen Centre just this week, and sort of it looked very facade-y from that from that direction. So yeah, it's
So so whatever you thought of, you don't think it's been a triumph? Look, in hindsight,
I'm sorry, it hasn't been a
triumph.
it's an okay outcome.
In terms of that okay outcome, not at that particular building, but in general, and I've been asking the same question to Ms. Smith. What do you see as being protected in the bigger picture of heritage values by keeping a facade with 2 meters or 5 meters or however much? And that would be the other question, how much is?
Yeah, that's a very fair question. I can use an example in Napier. I did advice a number of years ago on a place where it was a 1929 building that we thought post-dated the earthquake but didn't, survived. But it was just a 2-story commercial building where it did have some earthquake strengthening issues, and they wanted to basically do facadism to it. But they wanted a 1-story building behind a 2-story facade. So they were going to slope the roof down, which we ended up we're very clear we wouldn't support it. I mean, the facadism is one thing, but the building still needs to have a sense of that it's a building, that it's a 2-story building in that case. So I think for me, the values that are maintained in most cases with facadism are streetscape values. And for urban contexts, oftentimes those are the primary values, particularly if you're dealing with buildings in the middle of a block rather than on a corner, because it is oftentimes not easy to tell if there is a new building behind the facade. Now, new buildings can be designed in a really poor way where it is very, very easy to tell that it is new behind. Oftentimes new glass will be the indicator. So you have old window openings with very shiny reflective glass that looks very not like a heritage building. But I think in our advice, or at least the advice I gave, instances like that, it is you retain as much of the facade. If the building will be taller than the facade, you need the building to maintain a presence in and of itself as a building, not just as a fragment. And that, so with taller buildings being built behind it, the setback has to be at an appropriate level. And in smaller buildings, that a 2-story building remains a 2-story building rather than a 2-story building becoming a 1-story building. So it's the sense of the facade as a building, not as a facade, and streetscape values, I'd say, were the 2 major ones, and architectural values, because oftentimes that's the facade.
Yeah, okay, that gives me an idea of how to go about. But in terms of what they, in terms of if you've got 5, 6, 7 different types of heritage values that can be applied, what are the heritage values that you think you are retaining by keeping facade?
Well, let's say you have association with a person, loss of the heritage fabric on the inside because that person occupied or worked or lived in that place. Loss of that original fabric would be more important to a loss of heritage values than if it was primarily being recognized as an Art Deco facade in the center of Napier for architectural and aesthetic reasons and streetscape values. But it has no other recognized values sort of in history or association. So it's in an architectural context, it's somewhat easier to accept in urban contexts facadism, but at the same time, because oftentimes the architectural significance is focused on the facade, but in a sort of 3-dimensional building, sort of standing alone, architectural significance would actually permit less change to the building because you're looking at the building in the round.
Yeah.
So it really is, and that's what we do every day through advocacy, is sort of weighing what the Heritage Assessment Advisors have identified. What are the proposals for change? And basically, can you still interpret those values through the building after it's changed?
Thank you. That was a very clear answer. Mr. McCutcheon has actually pointed with regards to maintenance and repair in his section 42 that this should be taken into account when assessing if buildings can be demolished or not. And you are agreeing that this recognises the risk of building demolition by neglect, but it will not provide full protection. What, in your view, would be a better way of, or a more comprehensive way of protecting against demolition by neglect?
Well, full protection of a building sort of on all sides, and fabric would be the best way. You know, you can't make any changes at all to a building, but that's not feasible in many cases. I think demolition by neglect is kind of the sort of ghost of heritage conservation damage. It sort of slips in and sort of creeps up on you, and before you know it's on you, it's gone. I mean, it's gone. It's probably the worst part of loss of heritage, and I think I don't know how it will work practically. Sort of how do you measure whether or not somebody has cared for a building appropriately? But I do think there is a building care issue that is not just significant to heritage, it's probably more significant across all buildings, to be honest. And that if there is some way to measure it, it'll be a huge advance for heritage specifically, where a lot of people look at heritage, the costs of heritage, when they want to do a strengthening project or a roofing project, and they say, oh, this is too much money. When in reality, a big percentage of that cost is actually remediating works that haven't been done over 20, 30, 40 years in some cases. So it's probably the best thing we have in that area, other than just outright protection of all fabric. But how it will be implemented, I don't know for sure.
So yeah, I hear you saying that looking after buildings in the first place would be the best protection for when they become heritage.
Absolutely.
Great, thanks. That's it from me.
Commissioners?
Just two quick questions for Mr. Raymond. Your para 69, you're suggesting to put that those sites in the sites and areas of significance demand. Were mana whenua or iwi involved in the development of that schedule? You know, or those particular sites within historic places?
So were they involved in terms of those places being on New Zealand Heritage List? I don't have the facts of that in front of me. My presumption would be they would be. Some of them are more recent, obviously. Te Aroha is recent.
Yeah.
The other ones
Rather than reaching, can we ask you to revert by, say, early next week? What's the answer to the Commission's question? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rather than reaching, as to what might and might not have happened.
Yeah, because rather than that, because if it's no, then there may be a challenge including it on a sites and of significance to Māori schedule. And the other question I have too is, do you have spatial information that accompanies these? Like if I took number 1, Oho Kainga, do you have a GIS map where I could go to that would give me what Heritage New Zealand thinks is the spatial dimensions of it? If you have that as well, I would be interested in seeing that.
I will answer that as well.
Yeah.
Some I know have a drawn extent, others might be just a dot, which may need more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jacobs. Turning to the Khan House. Let me put to you Ms. Khan's essential proposition, as I understand it, and that you've referred to, is it Plitschka? Among an influential group of architects who fled Nazi Europe. And she's saying, in words of very short syllables, that this is essentially heritage listing is essentially continuing the persecution that Plitschke and her own family escaped from. So what's your response to that?
I disagree strongly with that viewpoint. I would argue that it's actually recognizing the heritage and history of that family in perpetuity. I understand that a lot of what Ms. Khan has told my own staff up to this point, as well as other people, is that somehow it degrades her family's history, or it tramples on, or it actually uses Judaism as a cudgel against the family, because there is an element of significance to that. And I just don't agree with that. Basically, what she's saying is undercutting all ability to recognize heritage in anything. Because if protections are the natural next step to recognizing something's heritage values, and any landowner or any property owner says, well, that's that's too much, or that's we don't agree with that, then that's actually questioning the whole process of assessment, analysis, criteria for heritage values and that sort of thing. The other thing with the Khan family, it is wonderful that they have looked after that house so beautifully through the 3 generations. But who is to say 100 years from now that the Khans will still own the house? And it's the work we do looks forward in time as well. You know, if there's a greater emphasis on densification, who's to say that somebody might not want to pull the Khan house and put up 3 townhouses if they can do that? So it's looking at the long range, not just the short range, and we have recognized work they did to maintain that place. We've also approved in principle some changes that were proposed by our father to increase the floor area or livable area of buildings on the site. So I can't speak for the council because our advice is advisory, not compliance or regulatory. But we have been supportive of the family's professed need for more space over the years.
Thank you. I think that's all from us. Thank you to you and your team of supporters down the back.
Thank you.
You can make the long trek downstairs.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like a copy of these documents?
Yes.
One is my speaking notes, the other is just a district.
Yes, if you just give them to Jazz on the
Yep.
as you exit, and we'll adjourn and be back at 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's fine. I could work.
Yeah, you'll be here anyways.
resume the hearing. Mr. Gordon, you're here for Mr. and Mrs. Park.
Kia ora tātou. Morena, ko Ian Gordon aho. On my right is Mr. Jeffries, who's our planner. On his right is Jane Park. And behind me is Turi Park. And tucked in the corner there is Dr. Keble.
Hiding, endeavouring to hide in the corner.
He'll
He's
be,
in the naughty chair.
he'll be prominent shortly.
Should some of us move to that table?
Feel free. Yeah. I think
I think the council.
they're happy to vacate if you've got more than you need. More space. I think probably. Yes, you should occupy space and front and centre. While we joke about you hiding in the back, as Mr. Gordon says, Dr. Cadell, and that you do have an important role in this process, and it's always important to understand who we're actually talking about. So we don't want the owners hiding in the back either.
So, if I may, I prepared some submissions that were circulated and which you may have had the opportunity to read and hopefully stay awake through. I'm going to speak to those to start with, and then Mrs. Park is going to talk about the perspective from the owner's point of view, and then we'll call upon Dr. Keble and Mr. Jeffries to speak briefly to the evidence that they've submitted, if that suits you. If you prefer a different approach, we're happy with that.
No, we'll run with how you want to present the case, Mr. Gordon. The only thing I was going to observe is that we do have time to run over if we're going slow, so don't feel under pressure of time. If we are getting to the stage where we are under pressure for time, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So turning, if we may, to my written submissions at point 3 of the introduction, I simply point out that under the Mount Victoria Character Precinct, most development is a discretionary activity requiring resource consent at the present time, and this means that reasonable and careful planning development can presently occur. If you've got any questions about that regime, then Mr. Jeffries is better equipped than I am to answer them. By contrast, the restrictions in the Moya Street Heritage Area will result in the dwelling at 134 Brougham being subject to an avoidance policy which provides only a very narrow path for any redevelopment, and we submit that this is too blunt an instrument for heritage protection for what is now a poor example of a middle-class Victorian cottage on Brougham Street, and the submitters assert that there is no compelling RMA reasons for 134 Brougham to be included in the Moya Street Heritage Area of Victorian working class cottages in that context. I then speak to the legal context and observe that under policy 3 of the MPSUD in relation to tier 1 urban environments such as this, regional policy statements and district plans must enable a specified level of development and density. District plans may modify the relevant building height or density requirement as set by policy 3 only to the extent necessary to accommodate a qualifying matter in that area, and that's policy 4. Further, subpart 6 of the MPS requires every territorial authority to identify the building heights and densities required by policy 3. If it considers that it is necessary to modify the building height or densities to provide for a qualifying matter, it must identify the location where that qualifying matter applies and specify the alternate building heights and densities proposed for. It should read in those areas. Or no, sorry, it shouldn't. It should propose for those areas. And of course, one of the qualifying matters that may be considered as a matter of national importance, and I refer to section 6F, the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development as a matter of national importance. The legal process is that if the council identifies a qualifying matter, it then has a discretion as to how to respond. It may consider it necessary to modify the building height or densities to provide for a qualifying matter. If it does consider that as necessary, it may make only the modifications necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter, and that has to be pursuant to a Section 32 analysis by virtue of clause 3.33, subclauses 2 and 3, and we'll come back to that. I've included a couple of cases about 6F. I don't think they're particularly helpful. They're both resource consent cases. It's very hard to find cases on planning, district planning in particular, that deals with heritage issues. I think the important thing from the Fielding case, the first case, Manawatu District Council, is the acknowledgement that historic heritage embodied in a building is not to be protected at any cost. And a similar approach was made in the Palmer and Marston District Council case, which was a resource consent case about whether consent should be granted to make alterations. And the court made it clear that the fact a building had limited historic significance or architectural merit will be relevant to whether alterations to the building, it should read, are contrary to the objectives and policies in the district plan. So in summary, in my submission as to the law, the mere fact that 134 Brigham may have some heritage value is not the end of the inquiry. The council has a discretion whether to modify the requirements in policy 3 once qualifying matters are identified. When considering whether subdivision use or development would be inappropriate, the council should consider the heritage value of 134 Brigham as against the objectives and policies of the MPSUD and the disadvantage to property owners, and also the disadvantage to the community if that involves restricting the potential number of people who might live on the site in the future. And I submit that those factors are all relevant to assessing what restrictions are necessary to preserve heritage, and remind you that that assessment is pursuant to Section 32 of the RMA. That assessment must, among other matters, identify other reasonably practicable options for achieving the objectives of the RMA and to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of the current proposal in achieving the objectives. Identification of heritage elements alone is insufficient. A cost-benefit assessment is required both in respect of these owners, but also in terms of the opportunity cost to the city. And we submit that that hasn't occurred here. And we'll come back to that. On heritage value, obviously our approach is that the heritage value of 134 Brigham is not significant. You may have had a site visit that's enabled you to observe the placement of 134 Brigham and its relationship with the heritage, the rest of the Moir Street heritage area, the workers' cottages in Moir Street. If you haven't, I urge you to go and have a look, because it is sticks out like a sore thumb that 134 Brigham doesn't fit in with the workers' cottages down the street and around the corner. Paragraph 12, Ms. Smith's evidence and the report both identify the fact that Moir Street was developed by Reverend Moir to be of primary importance to its heritage value. And we submit that there's very little evidence, however, that 134 Brigham was considered important to Reverend Moir and his family. It was habitable on completion from 1879, but it seems to have been tenanted until 1892. And I say seems to have been because the heritage report identifies that a person with a different name than Moir lived in it for that period of time. And there's nothing to the extent that this was a daughter-in-law or a relative. it appears to be somebody entirely different, and therefore we assume it was tenanted until 1892. And then Reverend Moir lived there only for 3 years or so, from 1892 until his death in 1895. And we submit that that is a scant and very temporary connection between him and 134 Brougham. The fact he tenanted it is further evidence that his personal connection was slight. Secondly, the Reverend's contribution to the area can be recognised in other ways that are more meaningful. The adjacent street continues to bear his name and will continue to do so, as will the heritage area, that is the cluster of workers' cottages. The submitters, Jane and Turi, are open to installing a plaque to commemorate Reverend Moir, recording the years that he lived at 134 Brougham. Such a plaque could even reference the church where he was a minister for a time, but either way, his legacy is still adequately provided for in the protections to Moir Street itself. Obviously, our evidence, the evidence of Dr. Kerbel, is that the form and construction and materials of 134 Brougham is quite distinct and different from the workers' cottages. That's the point that I make at paragraph 16. It doesn't have the same physical attributes, and that seems to be accepted by Ms. Smith. As I say at my paragraph 17, in her supplementary evidence or rebuttal evidence, never quite so sure which is which, Ms. Smith has put forward an entirely new argument as to why 134 Brougham has heritage value that was not previously raised in the report or in her initial evidence. So rather than arguing that 134 Brougham has heritage value because it forms part of the repetitive structure of cottages, she now argues the opposite, that it allegedly has heritage value because it is different from the cottages. She opines that the Moyers selected the best site for their own house, and the separation and difference of the properties illustrates the relationship between the working class and the middle class and the middle classes. On this reasoning, 134 Brougham is separate and distinct from the heritage narrative of cottages in Moir Street and not subject to the same rationale for heritage protection. Instead, its vernacular is middle class, she now tells us, and of Brougham Street. Quite aside from being a complete 180-degree shift in reasoning, the Moyers did not live at 134 Brougham Street for the majority of the time that it was habitable within the Reverend Moir's lifetime. As explained, seemingly it was not important enough to them to move into the house upon its completion. So they built a brand new house, these middle-class property developers, and they don't even move into it. It's not important enough for them to move into it. So the connection between that family and the house is, even in their own minds, somewhat tenuous. Whether they were living elsewhere in the city even is unclear. There just seems to be a gap in the understanding as to where they were residing. And I submit to you that if the dwelling at 134 Brougham is indeed an example of Victorian middle-class dwellings, the plan should be open about that and acknowledge its distinct character, rather than confusingly suggest that it is of the workers' cottages in the proposed heritage area because of the connection to the Moir family. This new rationale is confusing and opaque. And I just make one or two other points ahead of Dr. Kerbel, but it'll be evident to you that Brougham Street is a different character. It's wider than Moir Street. It's got larger sites. It does not have a consistent row of workers' cottages that characterise it, 134 Brougham is barely visible from the main axis of Moir Street and is of an entirely different streetscape. And that's apparent if you see my footnote there to the evidence of Mr. Jeffries and the comparison of streetscapes and spatial separation in his figure 2 and 3. And it's worth just going there if you'll humour me, and it's at 4.3, 4.37 of Mr. Jeffries' evidence. And it's those two photographs, one above the other, that looks something like. It's up on the screen. There you go. And you can see that they're entirely different streetscapes. Brougham Street's character has already been the subject of modernisation, the 60s or the 50s or 60s or both, apparently, with those buildings over the road. And that seems to be a continuing feature, whereas the obvious nod to the past is much more visible and clear from looking at the row of workers' cottages on Moir Street itself.
So just a question, at the end of Moir Street, it goes on to Brougham, does it?
There's a T intersection.
It's an L code.
Yeah, right, yes, I'm with you.
So exactly. Good. I've got another image.
Oh, no, that's okay, because I was just looking at this photo where it said the house from Moir Street. So I'm assuming that one goes on to the other. Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the corner of that intersection at the bottom there.
Oh,
Keep going, point to it.
yeah, I'm with you.
So that photo is taken from there, looking that way up to 134 from there.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And the other photo of Moir Street is taken from here, looking that way. At which point 134 is not visible at all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Even that shows a good example of the width dimensions being so much different as well.
Yes.
For Moir and Brougham.
Just there's another visual that's quite good as well. There's some arrows on it. That one. The Brougham Street house at 134 is designed to face Brougham Street. And I think that's another clear kind of point.
Is that the blue arrow we can see there? And the Moir Street heritage area, proposed heritage area, is characterised by the workers' cottages facing each other and facing into Moir Street down below. Thanks, Tori. I then go on to point out from paragraph 25 that 134 Brougham has had significant alterations and renovations undertaken to it. They include a veranda, windows, a sunroom, porch and kitchen, converting a bedroom to a bathroom, and it seems at some point the house was turned into flats. The report, that is the heritage report, notes that the exterior of 134 has remained similar since the 1930s, suggesting it changed between the time it was built and the 30s. And my submission is that these are significant changes. It is possible for buildings to be altered and retain character values, but in this case, the rationale for giving 134 Brougham heritage protection is its connection to Reverend Moir and as an example of a late 19th century settler living. Both of those rationales are undermined in my submission by significant alterations. It's resulted in a building that no longer belongs to the era under heritage protection, according to Dr. Keble. Importantly, the 2017 report undertaken by the council considered 134 Brougham, and the individual house report in respect of it concluded that the many changes to the house makes it an unlikely candidate for listing. The report itself described 134 Brougham as a highly modified example of a Victorian cottage. The fact that the various reports have drawn different conclusions as to 134 Brougham and explicitly accepted that it is highly modified further reinforces that its heritage value is weak. So in conclusion, on heritage values, 134 Brian was identified as of heritage value because of its connection to Reverend Moir and because the other properties he had built are good examples of old settler working cottages, but workers' cottages it should read. But there's no evidence that the Moirs were particularly connected to 134 Brian. I mean, the reality is that the Moirs were colonial property developers in this part of Wellington. And they built some workers' cottages which now have been, which have been maintained as such. And they built another house in Bryan Street, which really has absolutely no merit in its present form and is really just typical of the colonial development that occurred on that street. And the submission that I make in the final sentence of paragraph 28 is that that 134 Brian, at the best Ms. Smith can place it, is that it plays a part in the narrative of Moir Street rather than making any direct contribution to it.
Mr. Gordon, having said that we had plenty of time, I didn't actually mean you to go through your submissions paragraph by paragraph, given that we've already read them.
Very good. Then if I can just turn to paragraph 33, one of the pieces of evidence that you've been given, Mr. Chairman, is a building report as to the state of the building. The submitter's viewpoint is that if the building were to be renovated to bring it up to standard as a heritage, as a part of the Moir Street heritage area, it would be basically building a new house on top of the existing piles because the building is in such poor condition. And that's pretty close in my submission to a complete demolition and rebuild. And so why split hairs on this? The other point to make, though, is that the Section 32 assessment, if it had been carried out, it should have taken into account all of those costs. It hasn't. There isn't one. And you even gave the council planner a second opportunity to have a crack at that after our evidence had been filed. And he just ignored Mr. Jeffrey's evidence on that point completely. And so you can only guess at the relative economics of the proposal. On the one hand, you've got an avoidance policy, and as lawyers, we know what that means, Mr. Chairman. It's akin to a prohibition. And although it leaves the door slightly ajar for demolition, it's a very difficult and expensive undertaking that the poor heritage connection of this property doesn't warrant in my submission. One of the points on this that Mr. Jeffries will make is that whilst this house didn't meet the threshold for individual structure heritage, the heritage protection that it gets through being a member of the Moir Street heritage area, if it were to be included, is almost exactly the same. When you look at the wording of the two policies, and Mr. Jeffries can speak to that. So on the one hand, it's dislocated from those workers' cottages, but on the other hand, if this goes ahead and it's included in that heritage area, it's just as difficult for it to be demolished as it would be if it had been given individual heritage status. The only other thing that I want to remind you of is that it's within the character area of Mount Victoria. There are provisions for demolition, building that are required under that discretionary regime, and that will remain as far as I can understand in terms of the relationship with the NPS intensification. So if you decide in our favour, it still sits in the character area and it's still subject to how that will operate in the future. And in my submission to you, that's the correct approach to take, because this building is of Bryan Street and about Bryan Street and doesn't relate sufficiently to the Moir Street workers' cottages. Those are my submissions, and I'll just ask Mrs. Park to Jane to speak from her point of view.
I think before you go there, I have two questions for you. Firstly, about the cases you've cited, I noticed you don't put great weight on them. My question is, one is dated 2004, the other is dated 2007. Have they been overtaken by king salmon in terms of the propositions you're relying on them for?
No. I think is the answer, because I don't think either of those plans included an avoidance policy. In my reading of those cases, I didn't detect an avoidance policy as such.
Thinking more in terms of the interpretation of section 6F, protection from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. Supreme Court deciding that what that meant is not some global test of appropriateness, but a test of whether that which is sought to be protected is in fact protected.
Yeah.
And it also, say, the Environment Court saying plainly doesn't mean that every building might be said to be of significance is a matter of national importance. Supreme Court emphasising in effect that Section 6 means what it says. It says that arguably that it is a matter of national importance.
But it still leaves, in my submission, that the council decide what level of heritage a building contributes and the extent to which that level of heritage is to be protected.
Which leads neatly into my second question, which is, does the RPS policies 21 and 22 then provide that overlay that it doesn't distinguish between the level of heritage? There's one policy instruction for all, and
I'll need to think about that, because I haven't got the RPS in front of me.
And lastly, for you and for Mr. Jeffries, at least two on first impression, the RPS policy 21 sets a very low bar on what might be considered historic heritage. You placed a lot of emphasis on, well, is it really that important to Reverend Moir, and who was he anyway? Colonial property developer. But the RPS appears to say, well, there are multiple criteria, and meaning any one of them get you over the line and into the level of protection provided by policy 22. So that's on, you can defer to Mr. Jeffries and he can think about that question while we hear from Ms. Park and Dr. Kettle. Was it Kettle or Kedell?
Kibble.
Kibble. Sorry, I got it completely wrong. I didn't even say it right. It wasn't even my pronunciation. I apologise for that. So as I say, don't give me an instantaneous answer. This is actually quite important because, of course, we've just had 2 days bouncing it backwards and forwards with Mr. McCutcheon and Ms. Smith about, well, what exactly does that policy mean, and where's the bar, and how do you apply it? So, as I don't want your reaction after reading it and thinking about it for 10 seconds, but I just want to put that on the table.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've always talked about it as being significant heritage as opposed to just heritage or an element of heritage, so that there needs to be some kind of objective.
That's the issue though, Mr. Gordon, because policy 21 effectively is defining what is significant historic heritage. That's the terminology used in policy 21, and the 10 or so criteria, as the chair said, you only need to meet one of them, hence the low bar in terms of accordance with that.
Well, the hypothetical question is effectively, is it really as low a bar as it appears to be?
Yes.
Yeah.
And just be aware, and this is from Mr. Jeffries too, that policy 21 and 22 are really companion policies, and that policy 1 requires the identification. Policy 2 then requires the level of protection to be assigned to that, and that's a task set on the local authority, territorial local authority. And of course,
And
there's a requirement to give effect.
all right, well, having tossed that time bomb in the middle of the room,
Yeah.
I'm happy to give you time to respond in writing. You can, if you and Mr. Jeffries, between you, think you're able to respond on the spot, you can give me an immediate response and still reserve the ability to put your response in writing, or you can defer to a written response in toto. But as I say, we want your considered response to that question. And the only fly in the ointment is that we'll want the response by close of business next Wednesday.
That's the 17th.
I'm happy to speak to that today
Yeah,
as well.
So give us a preliminary response and give us anything more that occurs to you after you've had time to think about it. But let's just hold that thought, Mr. Jeffries, until we get to you. I've just put it on the table. We'll hear from Ms. Park first.
Jane, you've got a written statement,
Yes,
and if you've got some copies of it, it's just one page, isn't it?
just over. Do you have copies?
Available. Person on your
I do.
left.
Doing the U-turn. Thank you. Sure. Over to you, Ms. Park.
Thank you. Kia ora. My husband Turi and I are both committed Wellingtonians, and together agree that Mount Victoria is our favourite residential area. We started our family while living at 39 Scarborough Terrace in Mount Victoria in 2005, and our kids attended Crossways Creche and Kleinke Pico Kindergarten, and we did all that we could to contribute to these communities and now have friends for life that we met there. And as our family outgrew that home, we moved to Vogeltown, where our kids attended Ridgeway Primary School, and we continued to contribute to the community through the Friends of Vogelmoon community group. In 2021, we moved back to Mount Victoria and lived in 134 Brown Street ourselves for a short time. We purchased the property in 2013 because we were excited about the future development potential of the large north-facing corner site. Our aspiration for the site is an intergenerational and co-living or communal home with multiple dwellings and a vibrant shared living spaces and gardens. At the time of purchase, we were aware that the property was subject to the pre-1930s overlay. However, we would not have purchased this property if there was any evidence of further, more onerous heritage protection that might support an avoidance of demolition policy. Other than the age of the original site, the LIM gave no indication of heritage other than the overlay. The dwelling is presently separated into 2 flats that sit at the lower end of the rental market and are currently both tenanted by student groups. The living environment in both is not dissimilar to those of the Otago University flats, and both flats provide accommodation for only about 6 or 7 occupants. Small, low-quality kitchens, bathrooms, and living rooms all have marginal amenities. And as the piles and substructure of the house have deteriorated, rooms and even doorways vary up to 60 millimetres off level, and doors are constantly jamming. Both flats suffer from considerable drafts and creaking floors. The nature and low quality of this property contrasts starkly with the renovated workers' cottages that make up the Moir Street collection and which we have visited from time to time. We keenly appreciate that the rental market is important to Wellington because we know full well that there are more Wellingtonians than available homes. However, Mount Victoria is outstanding for its inner city residential amenities, and we strongly prefer to see this land resource optimised in a way that is consistent with the emerging intensification planning instrument for Wellington. Without an opportunity to reimagine and replace the existing poor quality building and the badly configured site, any redevelopment options are onerous, if not impossible. The dwelling is presently in need of a lot of work to keep it maintained to a livable standard, and if we are lumped with further heritage constraints and the resulting costs, future maintenance is likely to be minimal, and demolition by neglect is not out of the question. If the heritage value of Reverend John Moir is proven to be compelling, then a much more reasonable alternative solution could include a historical plaque at the site recording that he was an early minister at St John's on Willis Street and that he lived there for the last few years of his last few years at the house. That option would align with the street named for Reverend Moir in perpetuity, whilst enabling this excellent inner city site to be optimised for residential intensification as a much better designed, significantly healthier, more sustainable and better quality home for many more Wellingtonians than live here currently. If we had been included in any reasonable consultation, we would have suggested exploring an optimal outcome along these lines. Thank you.
Right. For the former Otago University student, I should ask you, are the holes both on the floor and the walls, which would be characteristic of the flats that I remember? Are they holding hands though?
Yeah.
More seriously, I'm not suggesting majority that you might not be complying with the relevant regulations, but does it actually meet the?
It meets the healthy home standards. We've done work to do that. It's the ongoing costs and maintenance to keep those healthy home standards. So as you know, they change regularly as well.
We also just state there are actually 3 flats in the property, of which only 2 are currently.
Yes, I noticed Mr. Evans. Is it Mr. Evans, the building inspector?
So one of those flats is currently growing ferns, which are up to the roof. Sort of a lot damage.
Any questions from those?
Good morning, Ms. Park.
Hello.
Halfway down your statement, you say at the time of the purchase, you're aware that the property was subject to the pre-1930s overlay. What what was and what is your understanding of the implications of that overlay? What do you understand that meant for what you could or couldn't do in terms of the property?
I think it was a general understanding that it would need to be in keeping with the streetscape around it, both with regards to its design and height planes. At the time, it wasn't a considerable decision for us because we felt that the site itself was exciting and we could actually do something that that would reflect the heritage around it.
Right. Yeah. Did your understanding extend to knowledge that a resource consent would be required under that overlay?
Yes.
Yes. And did you take any advice on what that resource consent would entail in terms of process and likely outcome?
I can't remember whether we discussed that with our solicitor at the time of purchase.
Yeah, your husband might have an answer he's indicating.
Yeah, our sense was, from memory, it's going back, but it was essentially covered in the way that pretty much every other house in Mount Victoria is covered. So
Right.
It wasn't unique.
Okay, so you addressed the matter, you informed yourself of the relative ease or otherwise of obtaining a consent, and you were happy to proceed.
Absolutely. Sort of flagging at all.
Yes. Now, the reason I've asked that question is I want to ask Mr. Jeffrey some questions about the current rule framework that Mr. Gordon's alluded to in terms of the policy construct, which he suggests, is similar to a prohibition. So we'll come back to that issue, but I just wanted to get that on the record.
Just one quick question. Thank you again. You're clearly a passionate Wellingtonian. The aspirations you have for future development of the site, where you talk about the intergenerational housing, is it your intention to be an ongoing resident of that development or to develop and then depart?
My dream is to build a family home. My mum is approaching 80. Parents are approaching 80. Would love to have the option to have them living with us. It's only 10 years, later 10 years. So I'd like to also make it a place that they could come to in their 20s and maybe sort of start their families sort of in and around us. That's our dream. Our concern is with this potential heritage zone that dream is essentially taken on.
Thank you.
Ms. Park, you're telling us that the parts and substructure of the house have deteriorated. What's the reason for that?
Age and then the materials that it was built in.
There's no particular flooding risk or anything there.
Not flooding at this stage. Who knows, that might get.
The age of the place.
Favourable Wellington public.
That brings us to Dr. Campbell.
Campbell, so we've read your evidence, and is there anything particular you want to highlight to us?
First of all, I thought it might be appropriate. We haven't done it yet, but it might be appropriate just to acknowledge mana whenua.
Absolutely.
We not just of the land that is 7 floors below us here, but of course at Matarangi, Mount Victoria, and specifically of the land that we're discussing today. And I acknowledge, I speak on behalf of all of us here, I acknowledge the suffering of Te Aotearoa, Ngāti Toa, and of the whole Taranaki whānui under colonising forces. I think that's important to note. I think I won't go through my whole document, but I want to highlight the two main threads that have been under discussion. The two are the formal qualities. By formal, I mean as it pertains to form, the siting, the geometry, architectural features, the material qualities of architecture. When I say formal qualities, that's what I mean. That's one thread. The second thread is the social narrative, and that's come up with respect to Reverend Moore, his family, and more lately the development of housing and the development patterns in Mount Victoria. And by my reckoning, 134 Brougham is distinct from the collection on both threads, right, on both counts, the formal qualities and the social narrative. And actually, Ms. Smith's comments by and large agree. She and I basically agree on the first thread, it seems, relating to formal qualities around 134 Brougham. We agree about the orientation to Brougham Street. We agree about the difference in scale. 134 is notably larger than the cottages down the road. We agree it emerged later than the main collection. We agree on the extent of the modifications since Reverend Moore died in 1895. And we agree that those are significant. Ms. Smith argues, though, in her rebuttal in particular, that these differences are actually important, an important part of the social narrative, as Ian spoke to. Now, her rebuttal rests on two more sort of the cultural value of her rebuttal rests on two subthreads, if you like. First is the significance of Reverend Moore. Okay, we've talked about that. One thing we haven't mentioned, but I think it's important, is that significance is never universal. We know that. Colonists tended to fall into that trap. I think we're obliged to identify the lines of significance. To whom is it significant? And I accept, based on all the documents we've read about Reverend Moore, that he was significant to the Presbyterian Church. It seems so. Perhaps even significant to Wellington, or at least the community at that time. I don't know about the church community now. But there's no evidence that that building at 134 was significant to the church community. Like Ian said, there's no evidence that it was significant to Reverend Moore or his family. As we've discussed, he lived there for at most three or 4 years at the end of his life. So the second subthread perhaps is more important, and this is the thing that Ms. Smith highlights in her rebuttal, is that this is an expression of a class structure in urban form. This is the way she turns in the rebuttal. So this doesn't rest on Moore's role in the church. It's not about that. It's about his membership of the middle class. It's a separate narrative. And it's about, therefore, their ownership of Taonga 294, right, which was ultimately subdivided. In other words, it's about Moore, not the Reverend, but Moore, the minor colonial property developer. That is the thread that Ms. Smith has taken us to. And it's about that relationship between the property developer and his working class customers further down the street. Now, I question whether it's necessary to protect 134 as an expression of that class distinction and that developer model, when really, as it says in the area evaluation, the statement of significance is very clear that this is about worker housing. And you've got my full support on that. It makes absolute sense. Also, it argues in that document that the worker housing is rare in Mount Victoria, right? Which is generally a more affluent neighbourhood. Which means it's very difficult to argue that this one middle class house that was developed by Moore is now rare. It's not rare by virtue of the previous sentence. There's an abundance of middle class housing in Mount Victoria. And I think we have to be careful here that we don't end up making a monument to this minor colonial property developer. So in essence, it seems to me the argument to protect 134 because of Moore's role in the church seems weak. We've talked about that a lot. It can't have been significant to him, and it's no evidence it was significant to church. There's no explicit argument from anybody to justify the heritage value on Moore's contribution to Wellington as a property developer. He was a small developer. And again, we have to be careful about the implications of doing so if we went down that line. It's not particularly rare as a middle class house in Mount Victoria. And I think it's important to note, as Turi has mentioned, that if this was protected and it was restored, having read through the builder's report, there's a very high chance that there is so much Pouhere and so much rot in that building, not just to the weatherboards, but to the framing and the roof and the walls, that as an architect, and I can hear my structural engineer talking to me in the back of my mind, that a best case scenario here might well be a replica of Moore's house at some point in time, right? If that heritage overlay was endured, okay? So it's better, in my view, to think about how we could potentially even salvage some of the materials. We may not end up with many in our hands by the sounds of things, but we could use what we could to re-establish, you know, I think a much better building, one with much lower energy demands, much higher density, that's consistent with the character overlay, perhaps even more consistent in the current building with its neighbouring buildings and so forth. And ultimately, we could make a much better contribution to both Braham, or the Braham and the Moore Streets of the future. I think that's an exciting goal. So, thank you.
Just one question from me on that, Dr. Keble. When you say salvage materials, what materials do you mean, and what would the benefit be? Would, for example, are we talking about native timbers?
Yeah, all of those buildings of that era are made of good native timbers, but they're not prone. They're not treated. They're not treated, and they do suffer from borer, and they do rot if they're wet. But the weatherboards particularly on the sunny sides away from the ground, a number of them could be salvageable. They break typically when you take them off, because you have to lever them off with a bar, and a lot of them break. And on a good day, you might get perhaps 60% if none of them were rotten, right? So you get a lot of breakage like you do with flooring, but you can keep some, and you can strip them back, and it's worthwhile doing. So you wouldn't expect to be able to reclad a new building in it, but you could contribute to the fabric of the building somehow. I wouldn't expect to get any framing out of it. You might get some sticks. They tended to be fairly loose with their nailing. Some of that can make it too difficult to reuse, but there are occasionally materials from the framing that you can reuse in other forms. Make joinery out of it, for example.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Dr. Keble?
Well, one question for clarification. The orientation diagram.
Yes.
I'm interested in basically houses you haven't provided an orientation to. I do intend to go and have a look, but my extensive desk bounds stops winding the magnification of the aerial up suggests that over the road from 134, there's a house that's running parallel to 134. Presumably that's pointing towards Broome 2. Then behind it, from the aerial, it looks like there are two separate houses. Maybe they're flats.
Just one, I think, actually. Directly behind it, you mean?
Yeah, going back towards Moyer Street.
Yeah.
So you're going over the road and then back.
Or over the road and then back. Yeah, there's one Shall I go over
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Look at the,
Those, that, if it's the one I think you mean, that the bottom red arrow,
yeah, it's one half, the back half of
That
that,
one there.
that red arrow.
those two flats there of monolithic cladding from what we think of the late 90s.
Gotcha.
With a little astroturf garden on the corner.
And presumably the back one is facing the street frontage rather than facing, get my directions right, west.
Difficult actually to call it on the facing because they're not traditional architectural forms in that sense. It's not a kind of a, you know, it doesn't present in a way to the street in a way that a Victorian villa might have, or that even the contemporary building might. I think that from memory, and Turi, you might correct me if I'm wrong. We could check it on Google Street View if we need to, because I'm sure that works. But I think that's a little car park through there.
Yeah,
I think it's garaging, which would make utter sense. And I think that's fairly closed. It's not a what we sort of think of as addressing the street.
So no frontage as such. And while you're there, behind, working back from 134, where are those buildings pointing? Those houses pointing?
Back here.
Yeah, that road.
This one faces that way. You can read, I did read in the heritage report that it did once face that way, but not any longer. It faced in both directions in the past, but now it really faces this way.
Yeah. And then the one behind that on the other side of Pouhere Street, that one?
These ones all face this way. It's really clear. I mean, this is a fantastic little street where you look how skinny these sections are. I mean, they're awesome little cottages facing onto this collection, and that collection makes perfect sense, and it's a really great thing to protect. It'd be interesting to know, you know, how we could make those a better contribution probably to the collection. There's only a few buildings down there that have been sort of poorly altered, but most of them are in quite good condition. But yeah, this is the only one of the street that clearly goes in that direction.
Okay. Lots, any questions?
Actually asked, you've answered. You've questioned him the questions that I wanted to ask him because I didn't understand that, but I'm just looking on Google Street View and that becomes much clearer.
Thanks, Dr. Keeble. I just want to ask you some questions about the integrity of the Pouhere Street heritage area and the event that this property's removed. Before I do though, and apologies, I don't know this, could someone point out the boundaries of the heritage area?
Purple line on it's on that slide.
Yeah, this is a little clearer, I think, the purple one.
So it's this rectangle plus 134.
Yes, the property that's adjoining 134 to the left.
This one.
Yes. Okay, what
That's one.
is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay. I can understand why. Okay, thank you. That's useful. Always check your facts before you ask questions. 2 questions. Are there any other properties in your view that fit into a similar category that as you've categorised 134 within the heritage area? Are there any other properties in the heritage area that are similar to 134?
No.
Okay. And secondly, would the integrity of the heritage area suffer or be compromised from the removal of 134? And if not, why not?
No, because it's distinct from that collection really on both the formal and social counts that I've gone through, and Ms. Smith and I think broadly agree on that.
Yes. So this number 1 Pouhere Street is more akin to the heritage area characteristics.
Yeah, it faces in that direction to the westish.
Yes.
that property was at 1 Moyer Street was originally 2 workers' cottages that were changed to become one property.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question is on this map with the arrows on it, there doesn't appear to be a red arrow indicating that spatial orientation for number 1.
No.
Is that in?
My arrows were sort of sprinkled across to give you a,
Yes.
a sense. Yeah, it's really about the street here, and I think that's the
Mr.
important.
Gordon will discuss in due course the fact that you understated the reasoning, the case that you were making by omitting that.
Okay. So, Dr. Keeble, would you suggest that there should be a red arrow on number 1?
I would suggest we interpret the existing arrows as the orientation of all those houses towards this one section of Moore Street.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that purple line now, so it's quite indistinct on my copy. So the effect of removing 134 would square off the heritage area.
Make it a clearer area.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Just to be clear, Mr. Kibble, so what you're actually saying is that the links in significance to Moy, as well as the links in significance to the church, and even if we take the argument about the middle class property developer, there is very little, in your opinion, that makes this particular property significant.
I can't see the significance of any of it personally.
Yeah. Thank you.
Up to Jeffries.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to speak to the fact that 134 Brougham has not been identified as an individual historic heritage building. So you've raised the issue of policies 21 and 22 of the RPS, and that is relevant to that. What has been identified as a heritage area, and 134 Brougham has been identified as a contributing building within that area. So policy 21 of the RPS is about identification. The council 21, policy 21 of the RPS.
Yep.
And that's interpreted by the council planners to make their recommendations. They've set out a methodology on how that's interpreted. And that refers to identifying individual buildings and identifying areas. It provides no guidance on how contributing buildings within a heritage area should be assessed according to these criteria that are set out in the RPS. So that sets out the methodology, and page 10 of the methodology says a heritage area has to have significant heritage value on the basis of those criteria. It doesn't say anything about contributing buildings. Then we get to heritage evaluation 44, which is the justification for the Moore Street heritage area. And that identifies the values that make the heritage of the area significant. Almost none of the values identified in that assessment apply to 134 specifically. They apply to the north-south access of Moore Street and to the workers' cottages. There's almost nothing in there that applies specifically to 134 Brougham. So this question on policy 21 of the RPS, and you said it's a low bar to clear. I wouldn't say it is a low bar. It says the word significant. It needs to be significant, and it sets out the criteria. But 134 Brougham Street has not cleared that bar as an individual listing, and that's not in contention. I think we have agreement with the council on that, and it's stated in the Mount Vic study that it would be an unlikely candidate for individual listing. So this needs to be justified in terms of relationship to the area, and we don't have any methodology set out for how a contributing building should be identified. But I would argue that it also does not meet the criteria for protecting as a contributing part of that collection. And there's very little evidence being provided to say that it does. The statement of evidence of Moira Smith asserts that the historical association with Reverend Moore and the streetscape values of 134 Brown make it an important part of the heritage area. So there's two main factors there. I think that the historic association has been well covered by Mr. Kevill, and it is a weak association. And it's insufficient grounds, in my view, for inclusion within that area. The second part of Ms. Smith's justification for inclusion in the area is streetscape values, which I'd just like to step through. So this is Brown Street, and this is 134 Brown, pointed out by the red arrow. It's a heavily modified environment. It's a wide street, and there's a whole mix of styles. So in terms of streetscape, we have the Brown Street streetscape, wide street, heavily modified, different styles. We have the Moore Street streetscape. It's a coherent, consistent style. The workers' cottages are largely intact. It's a narrow street. So they're two contrasting streetscapes. And I would argue that the inclusion of 134 Brown within the heritage area does not clear those policy 21 criteria for inclusion, because it's insufficiently related to either the streetscape and the historic association with Reverend Moore is insufficient. Another factor that the policy 21 needs to be viewed in is in terms of section 32. It's not enough just to identify significant historic heritage. That significant heritage needs to be weighed against the costs. So the benefits of that heritage need to exceed the costs. And in the best cases of historic heritage, they do. But the costs are real, and they're justified in some cases. But we can't ignore that it does apply costs. And in the best examples of heritage, they well exceed it. St. Gerard's Monastery, it's a huge benefit to the public that exceeds the costs of that are imposed on the loss of development options for whoever owns that property, or for the public on the lost development potential. But in this case, I would say that the costs do not exceed the benefits. So those costs include the costs on the individual property owners, the parks, but which are real. They've lost options for development, and there's high costs associated with restoring the building. The costs are also to the wider city in terms of lost development potential, which is of particular significance in light of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which places a particular emphasis on land within walkable distance of city centres, which this land is. It's also land that's free of any identified natural hazards in the district plan, which is very rare in Wellington. So there is a high cost associated with this that's not met. The other thing that policy 21 of the RPS needs to be viewed in light of is the NPSUD. Policy 21 predates the NPSUD, but it is subordinate to it. And the MPSUD requires upzoning unless a qualifying matter applies. Now, there's two potential ways to justify a qualifying matter in this case. One of them is as Section 6 matter of national importance as historic heritage, but that needs to be national importance. So it's not enough to say that Policy 21 sets a low bar. It doesn't set a low bar in light of that direction from the MPSUD. And if it does not apply as historic heritage of national importance, then it needs to be justified as another matter, which has a more onerous requirement on identifying that. And that requires viewing the lost development potential in light of the national importance of development and affordable housing, which this does not meet. Just want to make sure I've covered everything I need to. I'm just a little bit out of order getting through this policy 21 issue.
That you're chewing up a lot of time, and we'd like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Jeffries. So I understand you want to make sure you covered the basis to properly represent your client, but
yeah, sure. I'll just say one more thing, and on the policy 21, the accompanying policy 22 directs protection of identified heritage. It does not, it's significant, it's not an avoid policy, which has been applied. And the final thing I want to emphasise is that there's not really any distinction in how a contributing building in a heritage area has been treated in the proposed plan compared to an individual listing. They both are discretionary and they both have a policy of avoidance. So there's very limited grounds. So we're almost applying the same bar for demolishing this as we are for demolishing St. Gerard's Monastery. I'm happy to take questions now. Thank you.
Jeffries, I think the way I'd interpret the reasoning, tell me if I'm wrong, is that policy 1 has the criteria, policy 21 has the criteria for identifying heritage area, but gives no guidance as to what the boundaries of those heritage areas are.
That's correct. It provides criteria that need to be interpreted by councils or territorial authorities. And Wellington City has done that to some extent. It's transparent, the methodology for identifying individual buildings, and there's some transparency around areas. It hasn't set out any methodology for contributing buildings and interpreting that.
And one logical development interpolation extension of Ms. Smith's reasoning is that if it's the juxtaposition between workers' cottages and middle-class cottages, 80% of Mount Vic is part of the Pouhere Street heritage area. Like, why this house? Why not the two next to it? The one on the other side of the road. Where does it stop? And is that fair in your view?
Yes, I'd agree with that. And the basis for identifying the Moore Street heritage area, which is evaluation 44, does not raise that juxtaposition of middle class and working class. It's all about the working class and the tight sites, the narrow street. Almost everything described in evaluation 44 applies to that north-south access of Moore Street. So I think it's been demonstrated that clears the policy 21 bar for identifying as a heritage area, but not 1 through 4 Brian.
But going back to policy 21, you said, I think, policy says needs to be significant, and this is really the juxtaposition, the way this policy is set up, juxtaposition between the chapeau, which does indeed say, shall identify places with significant heritage values, contribute, etc., etc., etc. But it also says under one or more of the following criteria. So the question, the interpretation question, I'm interested in getting your input, just to be absolutely clear, is whether the criteria determine what are significant heritage values. So it is literally a tick the box, go down the criteria, tick any one, ergo significant, move to policy 22, whatever that means, but just hold that thought. So the interpretation issue is this a mechanical process? And are the criteria read back with reference to the chapeau, or are they read, as they appear to be, as saying criteria determine whether it's significant? It's not some overlaying test. So that's the interpretation question that I'd appreciate some feedback on. But you've gone the next stage and say, as I understand it, well, even if it does, it doesn't matter because it doesn't fix the boundaries and this is outside a proper boundary. So like I just take the second point as a given. I understand that argument, but I'm interested in your views, your and Mr. Gordon's views on the first point, because that has much broader significance, as you'll understand, for all of the arguments about whether either both for heritage areas and individual heritage listings. So that's why I'm interested in it. So it's part of the equation. You have a fallback argument, and I understand the fallback argument, but I'm interested in that question. Can I just ask you to? I'm not inviting you to give me an instantaneous response. Can you give me that in writing? The interpretation question. I'll ask. Let's share some questions.
I've got one question for you.
May I clarify? I'm not clear on what's being asked there.
Certainly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I'm just not clear on who we should send the invoice to.
Sounds like it's poor council.
Are you clear on what is asked?
Ian is, so
Ian is, okay.
I'll rely on him.
Good. Yeah, two quick questions from me. You were saying that the high costs, there's high costs for restoring the building. Has anybody requested the building to be restored? Or are you saying what you mean is maintaining the building to a livable standard?
Yeah, both. I was relying on the building report that identifies that there would be high costs in both getting it to a reasonable standard and to conserving the heritage. But yeah, it was a sort of general point that is a cost associated with heritage protection.
You are.
For a benchmark, you could say it would certainly be it would be notably more expensive than a clean new build. That's important to note just off the bat. It's going to be a lot more than to just start again if it was a clear site, right? So when you're talking about costs, it's build a new building, but there's a surcharge on having that existing building, and it would be significant.
Thank you for that. The other one is a clarification with regards to section 6F. The way you said it, it seemed to me that you are thinking the heritage needs to be of national significance. That particular piece of heritage needs to be of national significance. Is that how you interpret section 6F?
That's not necessarily under section 6F.
One section, yeah.
But in relation to the NPSUD, for the qualifying matters, that was the context that was set in.
So what you're saying is that the heritage that is protected needs to be of national significance to make the cut for the NPSUD.
I believe so, yes.
Just so I can put a tick next to my note, is coming back to the policy 21 issue that the chair was asking about. Do I understand that what you're saying is regardless of whether it is or isn't, because there's no policy direction on contributing houses, that it doesn't really matter? It's irrelevant.
I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but there is a missing step in the methodology to establish a building as contributing.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have used the word irrelevant. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not saying. What I'm meaning is that there is a lack of policy guidance as to how this particular building would be treated in that context.
Yeah, the RPSs take some interpretation, and I think councils have been grappling with this for a long time. I've worked on that on the council side of trying to interpret policy 21. It is very open. It takes interpretation, and as such, I think that needs to be transparent from the council side, how that's been interpreted.
The photo on the right would have looked much better if you didn't park your BMW in the.
Or I parked Mr. Gordon's BMW.
Mr. Gordon's BMW is in the way.
I'm a Skoda driver, have been for most of my life, even when it was uncool.
David?
Thanks, Mr. Jeffries. I understand what you're saying. 3 questions. Policy 21, the reference to the low bar should have perhaps been rephrased as only one of the several criteria need to be triggered to achieve the concept of significant historic heritage. Now, as to what the bar is on each of those, that's completely a separate matter. So I hope that helps explain what we were saying in that respect.
Yeah, and it is one or more. Yes, but I think that Sam has addressed that in his evidence.
Yes,
that he's gone through a number of those, if not all of them.
Yeah,
of those criteria.
Yeah, I just want to get that on the record. Secondly, policy 22, you say that, and I use the word companion policy. Policy 21 is about identifying, and policy 22 is then how do you protect the identified feature. You said that policy 22 doesn't reference to any avoidance, and that's factual. But presumably it's open to territorial authorities as to what mechanism they use to give effect to protection. And there could be a range of mechanisms ranging from manage through to avoidance. Would you accept that?
Yes, I would. Yeah, it's open to the council, that they're not constrained in that way. And you can contrast it within policy 22. There is an avoid policy around the destruction of identified archaeological sites. So there's a difference there.
Okay. My final question relates to your last paragraph. In fact, it might have been actually in relation to Dr. Keebles actually, but the point is, if 134 Brum Street is removed from the Moya Street Heritage Area, does it automatically fall within the character precinct, or is that an additional action that would need to be contemplated?
No, it's within the character precinct in the proposed plan, and I don't know where you landed on that. I understand that was probably challenged, but I'm working on the assumption that that overlay has survived these hearings.
Okay, I see what you mean.
The character precinct boundary is the boundary of 134.
Yes,
the
I
next
understand
one
that now.
along is outside it.
Yes, got it. Associated with that, you've put Mr. Gordon in his opening submissions talked about the different policy approach and rule framework associated with the character precinct. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we've got discretionary activity and an avoidance policy for both individual listed buildings and contributing buildings in an area.
In the heritage area.
In a heritage area.
Yes.
In the character precinct, we have a restricted discretionary activity status, and we do not have an avoidance policy. So that the door is much wider open to demolition there. It's not, you've still got to establish it, and there is still protections, but it's not an avoidance policy, which avoidance through king salmon has come to be close to a prohibition.
Yes. How would you categorise the policy relating to character areas associated with the RDA status?
It's a much lower bar than avoidance. It's the associated policy is only allowed demolition where, and then there's a set of circumstances where it can be justified, as contrasted with the avoidance where it's just a void. There's very limited grounds to get out of that. So the character area provides a pathway. It still needs to be established. So you can't just knock it down. You still need consent, and it would still need to meet certain standards to get that. But there is a pathway there. There is almost no pathway under the avoidance policy.
I'm interested in the contrast between only allow and avoid. Aren't they really ending up at the same destination just through different words?
On a plain reading of those words, it may sound like that, but the significance that is now attached to avoid post king salmon means that they're very, very different things.
Yes, I think some of the wording that came out of the king salmon that associated with the interpretation of avoid was do not allow.
Yes.
And is do not allow different to only allow?
Yes, it is different. Yeah, and it's a significant difference.
Okay. Mr. Gordon, do you want to add to that in any way?
I agree with it.
That only allow and do not allow are different.
One is negative and one is positive in certain circumstances. And so there's a subtle but real distinction in my submission to you.
Does it depend on what those circumstances are as to how easy or difficult it is to get through the gate? It's not a non-complying gate, but a gate with a small g.
And before you answer that, clearly the avoidance policy that Mr. Jeffries referred to in the heritage area lists 5 matters. So avoid unless you satisfy one of those. The do not allow presumably has a similar approach in terms of do not allow unless, only allow unless, presumably.
Yeah,
for the
and
character.
there's more extensive grounds provided only allow where there is an extensive list and there is here. It provides a clear pathway.
And the analogy to the door, I said it was just ajar with the avoidance policy. And Mr. Jeffrey said it's more widely open. And you know, I think that's where we land on this. One is very confined and almost negative and looking for exceptions. And the other says you can do it on this basis.
Yes. Just for the record, I think the heritage policy is renumbered P11 or what might have been P10.
Oh, was that an error?
No, I think in the renumbering on the 42A, it's been renumbered from P10 to P11. But my question is, what's the character policy? I don't have, that was stream 2, so I just don't have that in front of me. But for
It's in a medium density residential zone, precinct 1, policy 2.
P2. Thank you. That's been useful.
I think that's it from us. Mr. Gordon has gently chided me for getting free advice from lay participants, emphasise I'm not looking for you to analyse it to the nth degree. Whatever assistance you can give us would be appreciated.
No, look, mine was in an opportune dig. We're very happy to do that, and for the cost to be entirely neutral to all those people in this room. I speak for myself. I'm not sure about
Other
other
as I say, we appreciate any assistance you're able to give us. As you can gather, we're wrestling with these issues, and we look for assistance wherever we can get it.
Understood.
On that note, we'll adjourn for our afternoon break until sometime 1:30.
Thank you very much for what's been a fascinating discussion, and I'm sure Jane and Turi are grateful for the way their issues have been considered.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
put them in the sin bin.
We'll resume the hearing here, Mr. Costello.
Yes, yep.
Our colleague Commissioner McMahon is not present because he's declared a conflict in relation to Go Media Ltd. So you'll sit out on this one. So you have the pleasure of the company of three of us. Mr. Costello, we've read your evidence, and so is there anything you particularly want to highlight to us?
I think we can probably go skip most of the introduction, and if you've had a read through that, probably the cutting to the section 42A report. The officer report recommend.
You don't have to read it.
Okay.
No, it basically is as we pre-read it. Is there anything in particular you want to draw to our attention?
Not really. I just want to just sort of draw attention to our proposed amendments. We find that the PDP as it's written is quite prohibitive around third-party advertising, and it's quite vague around what the determination of what is a third-party sign and what it's not. And I think it needs to take into account the social and economic benefits of that signage and the really limited difference that there is between a first and a third-party sign. So those are probably the areas that we are most concerned around, and we've put forward the proposed recommendations of what the rewording should be to make it a lot more permissive. There's a number of examples recently and over time where both digital and static signs have been hugely beneficial to the preservation of heritage buildings, providing additional revenue streams and so forth to property owners. It's very expensive to own and operate a heritage building, so therefore, seeking any possible income stream is beneficial to the upkeep. So there is an inextricable link between economic recovery on a heritage building and preservation. So those are the concerns we kind of have, and the way the PDP is drafted is we feel vague in places and prohibitive in others, which is why we put those recommendations forward.
Okay. I think as regards what is a third party sign, I asked Mr. McCutcheon, Council Reporting Officer, who's alongside you, what the answer to that question was and whether it would be a good idea to say so. His answer was something that is advertising people or services that are not present on the property.
Yes, that is the difference, but the real difference is that's the form and content, but what is the difference in effect is the big difference.
Can you press the button so it's showing green?
Yes, it's showing green.
Showing green. We'll just lean forward maybe.
Sorry. Yes, so the key driver is what is the difference. If it's, say for example, I'm working on a consent at the moment where it's on the James Smith building in Courtney Place. That particular building has Rebel Sports and a number of other sporting stores as tenants. When those people are people who advertise on third-party signs. So is there a difference in effect between that containing site-related and non-site related? We argue that there is no effect difference between off-site and on-site signage on a property. The effect is whether signage is there or not. So I think the determination on first party and third party is prohibitive in our book.
The second issue that you've raised, you don't like the design guide directing you to the blank side or party walls of the building.
Yes.
And the answer you got was, well, that is typically where signs go, and that's one answer. And the second answer is this isn't a direction, it's a secret place. So that's a preference rather than a requirement.
So yeah, it's often a sign ends up on a blank side because that's the side that's oriented most to traffic. Our concern is that putting that as the overriding rule will make it prohibitive if there are locations where there are facings on a building which actually are proximate to traffic. And perfect examples of well incorporated signage are in existence on such as the Embassy Theatre, which is it's not on a blank side wall of a building, but it's incorporated into the design and form of the building. And that's where we feel that well incorporated and well structured signs built into the form and design and structure of the building can be sympathetic to the design. From our perspective, we want to, we're not the evil signage company just wanting to put massive signs up. From our perspective, having a sign that's well incorporated and looking aesthetically pleasing is incredibly important to us to be able to sell and monetize that asset as well. So the two pretty much go hand in hand. The days of just slapping up massive signs, taking up whole facades and walls of buildings is kind of gone. The market's not sympathetic to poorly structured and designed assets any longer. This was often the case in Auckland in the past. And I think the market has moved now towards actually having something that looks quite pleasant from the, and pleasing from the advertiser's perspective as well.
Yes, if the only thing people can remember about it is that it looks grotty, it's probably not going to achieve the desired outcome.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, clashing is not good from it for anybody's perspective either.
Okay, and the last point I want to ask you about is you've got a concern about use the words consider carefully or carefully considered. To me, that's what you've just described, that don't just slap it up any old how. You need to know what you're about. You need to incorporate the fabric of the building and make sure it looks good. So tell me what the problem with the instruction to consider what you're doing carefully.
The problem is that the carefully considered is a fairly subjective term, that what one person thinks is carefully considered is not the same as another person. So we're wanting to make it probably more objective and make sure that there is consideration provided to the fact that that there is a form and a function and a benefit to both the environment and to the preservation of a heritage building.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Yeah, just in light of that, you were saying well incorporated signs can be quite a positive effect on a heritage building. So where is the objectivity in the term well incorporated versus considered?
It's a very grey area, and it's something it's balanced through the whole consenting process, and that's something that's done through dialogue between the both applicants and the council experts. But yeah, the whole area is a very grey area, and making anything incredibly prescriptive is both beneficial and negative towards any district plan. If they're too prescriptive, nothing can meet, or it makes things very difficult. So there's a difficult balance between objectivity and subjectivity.
Yeah, thanks.
Just on that, so does your paragraph 18 in your suggestion actually make it more prescriptive? Because you're just saying by making it more prescriptive, it can be a barrier. And it's, when I read what you've suggested and what was there before around, carefully considered, that leaves the opportunity open to interpret what the carefully considered design is. But doesn't 18 kind of limit that?
No, the purpose of 18 is to make it clear that there are social, economic, and heritage benefits from the incorporation of signage, and it's probably making those more apparent that there is benefits. It's not just taken as a loss. You've got to balance. The whole idea is balancing the social benefit with the social cost and making sure there's a value exchange. And we wanted to put that in there just to make sure that there is a consideration towards that balance, and making sure that it is considered under the plan that there are benefits coming from it. So from a perspective of when you're making an application, we can illustrate that there are that there are benefits and point towards that that G22 provision if it were drafted on that basis, because it's as it is, it's carefully considered as it's here now. We're bringing it a little bit narrower so it actually balances the gamut.
What if the sign was 600 millimeters wide, thick? Because once you put in things like that, screens of less than 500 millimeters, it becomes something that's it's considered a standard, or it's alluding to.
It's sort of just making sure that there's not something doesn't become a massive box that sticks out from it.
Right.
And in terms of in reality now, a lot of digital billboards. I've been building some which are as thin as 86 millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
So the days of building being very thicker and digital billboards are over. But putting 500 was just to put some sort of framework. Because at times you actually have to put a steel structure in there to support it and so forth. But by and large, nothing's sort of getting out to that sort of depth anymore. Some of the older digital billboards I built back in 2013 were pushing up to about 700 millimeters. The technology's improved and over time.
The only other question I have is if you were installing a digital billboard on a heritage building, do you do it differently to the way you would do it on any other building? So
yes,
if it is a heritage building, is there a way you do it that's different?
Well, it's not necessarily a difference with a heritage building. Every building you actually incorporate it in a different way, and you're taking into account on every single building what the building substrate is. One thing that we're always really focusing on is waterproofing and reversibility. So on a heritage building, reduction of any penetrations is incredibly important to us. Probably a perfect example is last year we built one on the Carry Timber Company building in 104 Fanshawe Street in Auckland, and we met that one there in particular. We managed to do that we didn't drill a single hole into the building. But so the goal with the design, when you're especially on a building where it's a heritage building, generally your substrates are quite soft, so you do try and incorporate it because we don't consider ourselves being a permanent asset. We may finish our lease and have to reverse, so our goal is always to make sure that we take that into account, so we've got reversibility and not any legal obligation down the track. So the two go hand in hand. You don't want to just go and bolt the thing up and end up with a liability down the track. So it does of itself actually look after those aspects.
Because being able to maintain those heritage values is obviously something that's important to the plan overall.
Yes.
And so if there's a way in which those can be enhanced or maintained through the erection of signage or whatever, I think that's an important consideration as well.
Our company operated, we have a very large buying pool of products, so we actually match a product to a location, and often it's to reduce the amount of steel infrastructure or the penetrations to minimise depth, minimise weight. In particular, we're down to 28 kilos a square metre for product now, when we used to be 56. So we're trying. The goal is, and most prudent operators tend to operate in that sort of realm now too.
The last question I have is, I've seen the emergence of technology. We saw it in the coronation. We see it at Anzac Day, where things are projected up onto a heritage building, like Windsor Castle. They project an image, or Anzac Day, they project up onto the building, where there's no physical structure there as such. It's like I don't know what the technical term is for it, but it's basically an image projector. Is that, do you think, going to become more of the norm, where there's going to be no physical billboard as such? It might be something that's from a different place projected onto.
No, I've been in the industry, as you see, for close to 20 years. There's been attempts to do projections, but projections are only effective at night, which is when there's no audience. So
okay,
it's a self-controlling thing. There's not much point doing it when there's nobody around. I know the technology has improved over time, and the thing is, often we in New Zealand look overseas and overrate ourselves. The cities overseas where you see a lot more of that type of stuff, they've got millions of people in the population. We don't have that, so we can't derive the revenues to do it. But there's just not the population and the audience to support it. So
Yeah.
it's more than anything. It's that sort of stuff's guerrilla marketing. Those people who do that never actually go and seek resource consent anyway. They just go. You go and look for any projections, you'll find there's no consents. It's just guerrilla marketing. So we're in the business of legitimate consented operating, and we're.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costello.
Thank you very much.
Interesting series of issues.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll be back. It's the science ones that I'm most interested in.
Like the Terminator.
Oh, you're not necessarily. Yeah, this is my smaller one. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just sit here. I'm not talking. I'm just.
It's already got in.
Oh, you want me to sit?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll sit over the other way.
No.
She's the space.
Myself.
Just remain calm there. We just wait for our colleague to return.
That's absolutely fine.
Because I've just texted him.
Oh, okay. David, yeah.
I've got it down because I've started printing it out. I've got. It was.
Yeah. But obviously, detail here. See, but I need home will make one.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
So Ms. Isaacs, I presume.
Nairi, you can call me Nairi.
On my diary.
He's been called too formally.
And you are here for EW Limited. Would you care to introduce your team?
This is my husband Steve, so we are the owners of EW Limited. And this is Howard Symes, and he is the owner of 121 Hill Street, which is next door.
Yep, gotcha.
So, yeah.
I'm more support here. I'm reflecting what she's saying.
All good. So you give me your name again.
Howard Symes, SYNNES.
Gotcha.
Future.
Yes, I.
Yeah, I'm the owner of 121.
Yes. So, what would you like to tell us? That we've read the material. Goodness, but if you want to read it to us, it's quite short. We're happy to hear from you.
Okay, I might read it through just because that's probably easier for me just to get my head in space and hear it.
Give
Okay.
them the vibe. Yes, we understand.
Yeah, okay, so I've obviously introduced Steve and Howard. So we're here to talk about 241 Tinakori Road. The Historic Heritage Area Evaluation for the Ascot Street Heritage Area describes 241 Tinakori Road as a heavily modified example of an 1870s retail building, and it considers it to be an important addition to the heritage area. We're here to speak to the fact that it's not an 1870s building, it shouldn't be assigned a heritage status of 3, and it shouldn't be added to the district plan as a heritage building or object. So today we want to talk about several points, including the fact that Wellington City Council themselves consider the building to be of 1920s construction. And so we're getting to the point where we think 241 Tinakori Road should be excluded from the heritage area, or at most assigned a heritage status of 1. So to talk about 241 Tinakori Road being not an 1870s building, in 1920 and in 1927, Wellington City Council approved plans for alterations and additions to 241 Tinakori Road. Some of the drawings and details of those permits were included in our original submission. Some of them are actually also in the heritage report. And changes included removing the steep gabled roof to build a full height second floor and a new gently sloping roof, replacing exterior timber walls with brick walls being the front part of the current building, changing the building footprint with a rear extension angled on the north-eastern boundary, constructing the extension with concrete walls, and altering the internal layout. The changes were so extensive that nothing of the building was left untouched, and there was no longer any resemblance to the original 1870s building. This was a complete rebuild and recognised as such by Wellington City Council. In their own records, they show the year first constructed as 1920 to 29, and we've provided the code compliance certificate for the recent seismic strengthening, which shows that. The evaluation report, while noting some of these changes, fails to mention the council's own record of construction of the building. The current building may be at the same address as the original 1870s building, include the original footprint, and have both a commercial and residential element, but it's not a heavily modified version of the 1870s building, it's a 1920s building. Our second point is that prior buildings on the site don't determine the heritage status of the current buildings. So some buildings within the Ascot Street heritage area have been specifically excluded from the heritage listing on the basis that they are of modern construction, a term which hasn't been defined. By excluding those buildings, councils obviously accepted that any of the buildings that may have originally existed on those sites don't determine the heritage status of the current buildings on those sites. While 241 Tinakori Road was not constructed as recently as those other excluded buildings, the same principle should apply. So the fact that an 1870s building previously existed on the same site doesn't in itself confer any heritage status on the current building. Seismic strengthening is not heritage status. We refer to this because in their report they also referred to it. 241 Tinakori Road was strengthened in accordance with Wellington City Council's requirements for seismic strengthening. It was an obligation imposed on us by Wellington City Council as part of their plan for building earthquake resilience. It was not strengthened to ensure the building's long-term viability as referenced in the evaluation report, nor was it strengthened for the purposes of preserving the heritage of the area. The fact that it has been seismically strengthened does not and should not confer heritage status. Our fourth point is in relation to Art Deco. The rebuild of 241 Tinakori Road in the 1920s puts it inside the Art Deco period. However, Art Deco is determined by more than just the date of construction. 121 Hill Street shares a boundary with 241 Tinakori Road and was deemed in the evaluation report to be the only Art Deco building included within the Ascot Street area. It was incorrectly described as curving from Tinakori Road to Hill Street, when in fact it has a distinct angle, it doesn't curve. The owner of 121 Hill Street does not consider that his building meets the main tenets of Art Deco, these being bold geometric forms, sleek and elongated figures, classical influences, modern materials, and high quality craftsmanship. He is strongly opposed to the proposed heritage assessment of 2 on his building, believing that both his building and our building are not in keeping with the considerably older architecture of the proposed Ascot Street heritage area. He believes that both of our buildings should be considered for exclusion from the area or as neutral to the area, a heritage assessment of 1. And we've attached his comments. We are in agreement that 241 Tinakori Road also does not meet the main tenets of Art Deco. Our fifth point is in relation to the heritage status and values. The summary statement of significance in the evaluation report states the Ascot Street heritage area has extremely significant heritage values as an enclave of early workers' dwellings, which date from the 1860s and maintain a high degree of authenticity. Particular values identified included the Victorian architecture as well as the age and density of the area. The 241 Tinakori Road and 121 Hill Street do not represent early workers' dwellings, do not date from the 1860s or the Victorian era, and have no authenticity in preserving the heritage values that were identified for the Ascot Street heritage area. We know that some of the buildings excluded in the evaluation report are more visually in keeping with the stated values than is 241 Tinakori Road. So while 241 Tinakori Road falls within the proposed heritage area, the recommended heritage status of 3 far exceeds the heritage value of 241 Tinakori Road. It is not an 1870s building as described in the evaluation report. It retains none of the characteristics of an earlier building on the site, and it does not meet the heritage values identified in the evaluation report. So based on that, we think that excluding 241 Tinakori Road and 121 Hill Street from the Ascot Street heritage area is appropriate, or failing that, assigning a maximum heritage rating of 1 neutral impact. Thank you.
Thank Dari and photo is from 1983. Is
that's similar to the current one. And so on our original submission, the written submission, we had the comparison between the 1870s building and this one, which you can see is similar. There doesn't appear to be any photographs between about this time and about this time, you know, but you can see it's.
And looking at the one you produced your evidence, of course, that's helpfully labelled 121 on the.
Yes,
the bottom.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. You've got to get them both in.
Just round the corner. Yes,
Squeak.
that's been a restaurant in the base for years, hasn't it?
Yes, yes, a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah, I arrived in Wellington in 1989, and it was a restaurant then.
Was it Flappers?
Yeah.
Flappers.
Flappers was there a long time.
It was
Flappers?
Flappers, and then it was Charlie Bill, and now it is Hillside Street.
Hillside.
Hillside.
Yes.
Yeah.
The kitchen.
And how long have you owned it?
Since about 2005, I think. So coming on 17 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah, because even in the photo 1983, it's functions and teas. So
Yes, yeah. In its history, it was tea rooms in there. There was a little antique shop. There's a lot of controversy I saw in the files, the archives, because apparently a restaurant was not deemed to be appropriate and was going to lower the tone of the area. So things move on, right? Yeah. They said.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah. Just a few quick ones. First of all, when you're talking about a status in terms of the scheduling of 1, 2, or 3, I'm not quite aware that there is a ranking.
Okay.
What you mean and what I think you mean, but you tell me what you mean, and then I know if I'm right or not.
Okay, so we've taken the status from the Ascot Street evaluation report. It's on page 277. So status 4 is listed by WCC or registered by HNZPT. Status 3 is contributes to the values of the heritage area and should be nominated for addition to the district plan scheduled as a heritage building or object. 2 is contributes to the values of the heritage area. 1 is neutral impact on heritage area, and then there's also a negative impact on heritage area.
The footprint, you're saying it has been built on the footprint of the old building.
Partially. It's in, the current building, I believe, is a lot bigger than the original. There, in our original written submission, there are plans, the 2 plans in the 20s and the 27s. But I couldn't see any plans from earlier on council's files. But the brick cladding went part of the way. The original building in the photos is rectangular. The current building has this angled wall, so there was obviously a boundary issue. So I think that part of the front of the building would have been the original, that would have been where the original building was located, and then it's been extended out the back. So it's on the side, but that's, I mean, if we build on our own home site, we would build pretty much where our building is because it's the best building pad, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It doesn't, from the photo, it looks that there is not much other space to build then.
No, it's a triangular section. It goes up into, it's a very unusual shape, and that's the only place you could build.
You could build, yeah. Now, the house was built in the 20s, you're saying? And do you realise that the council's cut-off date is the 1930s?
we understand that for the character area. However, for the purposes of this report has actually said it's an 1870s building. Council's own records show that that was a rebuild in the 20s. So we know that we are contained within that Thornton character area, so that would affect things going forward. But this status here,
It's purely heritage area and.
we don't believe it is an 1870s building. And the work, although there were 2 sets of plans, we're not sure that they were done as 2 separate builds. There's no photos around that time, but because of the extensive nature of them, if you're going to go from a roof like that to actually having a open, you're not going to do it one now and then another bit in another 7 years time, right? And I think the boundary issue might have come into play. That's why the footprint change. There are definitely different changes. The evaluation report said the 1927 changes weren't specified, but they actually quite clearly were in documentation, and even in pictures, the footprint's different. The internal rooms are different. Everything's changed. Everything's changed. And council, by putting down the construction of 1920 to 29, must have recognised that.
Thanks very much.
And I should say, my understanding, Mr. Sims, is you didn't lodge submission on. I understand why not, but just be clear that you didn't.
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Any other questions, guys?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Isaacs. I just wanted to follow up on the answer that you gave to Commissioner Lutz about the heritage rating. That's covered in, that was your very last paragraph.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the report of Ms. Smith for the council, and her recommendation is that that this site remains in Ascot Street Heritage Area, but she does go on to say that that the rating should be changed to status 2.
I've not seen that report. We've not been made aware of that report.
Okay.
Was that?
This is known as the Section 42A report. It's a report produced by the council, and in particular, it's a report produced by the council's heritage advisor.
So it's obviously not the Ascot Street area evaluation report.
No, it's not.
So is it in response to our written submission?
Correct.
So that we were unaware of that, and we've not been given any feedback on that. So we were not aware.
Okay.
She was advocating in the original report.
It was a 3. So
Was it 3 or 2?
Was it 3? Was it advocated 3 originally? So you're now saying that it's being
revised to it. She's recommended.
Or she's recommended it to a 2.
Yes. Now, regardless of whether it's 3, 2, or 1.
Yeah.
That relates to what I would call your alternate relief. Your prime relief is that this property comes out of the heritage area.
Yep.
In the event that the panel didn't grant that, you've said, I'm just quoting, failing that, assigning a maximum heritage rating of 1, which is neutral. My question to you is, what's your understanding of what that would achieve in a district plan sense?
So we've never been involved in the district plan before, but we understand obviously it deals with the health council and us as landowners if we want to do any changes to our building, right? So we need to be in, we'd have to submit plans, and we'd have to be in conjunction with their development plans and their character areas, that sort of thing. And what we think is that putting heritage status on it is going to put further restrictions on it that aren't actually necessarily warranted.
So your understanding is that that would be a restriction over and above its inclusion in the heritage area? In
the Thornton character area, yeah.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I wonder if we can just get some clarification on that from Mr. McCutcheon.
By all means, McCutcheon, you assist.
So the question, Mr. Cutcheon, is if the property remains in the heritage area, acknowledging that's not the primary request of the submitter, but its heritage status is amended from 3 to 2 or 3 to 1. What's the effect of that?
In effect, nothing. So the report being referenced, Ascot Street Heritage Area report, is used to inform whether buildings would be categorised as contributing or non-heritage within the heritage area rules. So anything that is even 1 to 3 would be contributing buildings. 4 of those which have been identified as individually listed. So they are scheduled heritage buildings according to the provisions in the plan, and the ones that are the negative ratings, they're the non-heritage ones.
In fact, one's neutral though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
neither contributes or detracts from.
Yeah. So either which way, resource consent, according to the recommended rules, is required to undertake additions or alterations even to a non-heritage building, and that's to manage.
In assessing a resource consent, would the heritage status list classification, whether it's 3 or 2, have any bearing on the decision on the resource consent?
Not substantially, because the heritage area rules require an assessment of the effects on the values of the heritage area. So there is little difference really. Where it might be relevant is in considering the total demolition or relocation or repositioning of in the Ascot Street report, a 2 or 3 or a 2 or a 3 or a 1 rated item, because that would indicate that there would be different levels of effects on the values of that heritage area by moving a place outside of it.
Yeah.
Or its
Thank you for that, Mr. McCutcheon. I suspected that was the answer, Ms. Isaac, but I just wanted to get it on the record because I didn't want you to leave here thinking that your alternate relief would give you any real relief.
Like it'd be a marginal improvement, but in some circumstances.
I think there is the risk though also that going forward, if you have a heritage status and the rules around that are changed, then it can be more onerous. So obviously, the lower the heritage status on the building now has less impact than if we get a higher heritage status. And that's
possibly the better way of thinking about it is the heritage status in the report is an indicator of the degree to which it should be or shouldn't be included in the heritage area. That's a better way of thinking about it.
Well, then I would probably go for negative because it doesn't, it was built in the 1920s and actually doesn't meet the values.
Yes.
It's the same with 121.
they don't meet the values, the Victorian workers' cottages, all those specifically values that are specifically stated in the summary, that don't apply to either our building.
Can you tell us when 121 was built?
I think it was
about
in the
1940.
36
It-
plans, I think.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't all built to the 1940s.
40s.
So, yeah, somewhere around there, late. Yeah. I mean, I've got the plans, but it doesn't mean it's built in.
And it's the unknown and unintended consequences over the long-term period. I mean, it may not even be in our lifetime or ownership time, you know, but it's accounting and accommodating for those unknowns.
It's also the accuracy, like describing it as an 1870s building is actually inaccurate. There's a couple of things in this report. They said that the 1927 additions weren't per specified. They were. They described how the building is curving in the Art Deco curve style. It's not curved at all. There's an angle. So we're getting a misrepresentation of our building, which would then be on the records, and that's partly why we're here, is because it's not an 1870s building. And if the purpose of the Ascot Street area is to preserve the workers' cottages and the architecture in that preserved area, we don't fall into that. That's not what it is. It's outside the scope.
I understand what you're saying.
We've got a blockhouse. I mean, that's not our detail. Fortress.
We also know that the other buildings, there are buildings that don't get a heritage assessment. They're actually excluded. Even though they're within the area, they're actually excluded. They don't have a negative impact or a neutral impact or a negative impact. They're just excluded. So that's obviously an option as well as getting a heritage status, instead of getting a heritage status.
Yes. I mean, your primary relief is very clear.
Yes, so just one question, and it's can I start by congratulating you on getting involved in this stuff, because I know it can be quite a daunting thing, right, to come into these types of sterile environments where it's not a normal place to be for many people. And so you've done a fantastic job, a wonderful job. If you were successful in getting the relief that you seek, and it kind of follows on from Commissioner McMahon's point, what is the pragmatic reality of that for you? So do you see that as being more enabling for you? Do you see it as being better for your property value? What is the practical outcome that you are wanting that change in status to achieve?
I think in the short term, it won't change a thing. We've just strengthened the building. We're not going to try and change it to anything else. You know, we wouldn't be able to afford to, you know, we understand it's in the character area, but we want it reflected as what it is going forward. Potentially, if we want to sell it, you know, what's that going to do to the mind of sellers? If it says a heritage status of 3, that's quite a high status. And when in fact it isn't deserving of that, you know, but the restrictions on what you can do in the future, we don't know what the rules are going to be around intensification, whether there's going to be, you know, that area, because it's still in character, may still be very tightly controlled. We don't know, but we don't think those options should be taken away from us by giving an artificially high status. So it's really the unknown future that we just want to preserve options going forward.
To add to that, the unknowns are the worrying thing. I mean, we have a restaurant downstairs that during the COVID period went through some very tough times, and we supported as much as we could. But if that gentleman had gone out of business, we would have liked the option to actually rethink what the utilisation of that space would have been, and how to actually address that. And without those options there and the restrictions placed upon you, you could end up in a situation where you could go financially bankrupt, and be left in a really bad position of having to wear costs for the rest of your life with no asset left.
Just to add to what Steve said, so we worked really hard with our tenant over COVID to ensure that while he could maintain a business, he could. And going forward, we know of a restaurant up in Turi Village that closed because the landlord did not give rent relief, did not work with them. We're aware that we potentially, with the financial crisis at the moment, we may still have to do further work. So as a viable investment, and when it's really all it's doing, I don't even know if we call it particularly viable, but we do have to consider that. And so putting any more restrictions on what we can do to that building, it's a small footprint building as a restaurant, you know, anything that makes it harder to actually operate it is detrimental.
Yeah, thank you. The last thing is right at the back at the end of the email, I just want to say that Mr. Symes, I think your email address is incredibly misleading. I would not call you a wandering gnome at all after seeing you here today. So
And maybe
I travel a lot.
yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Many thanks for your input. We appreciate you coming to see us, all of you.
I think you appreciate it because we don't have the technical background, but we're happy to answer.
Subject matter expertise.
Not at all.
Questions.
We understand exactly where you're
Thank you very much.
Take the hot seat.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We were told to come back, weren't we? We were asked to come back.
I'm not just going to class.
Another.
Oh, cool. we've got a sort of just a summary of points. Did you receive that one?
We received this.
Oh, okay, the whole PowerPoint. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's a lot of reading, a lot of looking at pictures. You could have this condensed version, I suppose. This
Yes,
is
condensed version is good.
Yeah.
okay.
Thanks very much.
Are you coming to sit with us now?
Okay. You have the floor.
Oh, thank you.
You can find out who's going to go first.
We're all organised.
Hopefully.
Very democratic little operation here. We've even got pages coded with our initials so we know who's talking to what. Yes, well, kia ora koutou. Thank you for seeing us again. And actually, the previous group also talked about the sort of the challenge of being in a context where you need expert information, but and expertise. But thankfully, we have Michael Kelly to support us. But also, just we wanted to start off recognising that we are a community group, and that. So we started off with thinking about what did we want to see in Newtown, just big picture stuff first. So some of the outcomes we would want to see from a district plan that we think supports an active and thriving community would be density done well, with the preservation of green spaces and the addition of notable trees. We really responded positively to the adoption. We would respond positively to the adoption of the officer's recommended character areas that came up in section 42A stream 2. We feel that Newtown has got quite a few buildings of historic heritage and precincts, and we would like to see more of them added to the schedule. We also are deeply concerned in Newtown where we see quite a lot of demolition by neglect. It's a really disturbing feature of our community in a way because it tells the community that we don't care. We see a lot of graffiti, we see a lot of garbage, and it's a sort of, it's a disturbing, and it kind of undermines the fabric, I think, of our communities. So this is something that we really welcome. We'd like to be protected by clear demolition rules which address that demolition by neglect. We've got a real tension, I think, in terms of some of the heritage buildings, particularly in the Newtown Shopping Centre precinct, for example, where we want to see progress. We're not anti-progress, we want to see progress. We want to see a kind of a response to a complex situation where you have owners and developers who have some really excellent ideas and plans. The example on the top right-hand picture is Peter Noble's plan for the corner of Emmett Street and Ridderford Street. And I think Hilary Watson previously in her oral submission, Stream 1, talked about the frustrations he's felt about wanting to preserve a huge amount of the heritage aspects of the buildings, but also not have to work with a kind of rigid or inflexible system. So we're open to, we believe that the best option would be something that is nuanced to some degree. We also want to see good design facilitated by architectural urban design informed guides, which are used to guide both the restoration of buildings and prevent the incursion of randomly placed, poorly designed high-rise. And we've got a lot of that in Newtown. It's stuff we don't really see in some other suburbs, but one of those examples is down there below in that's Normanby Street. where there is a fairly hideous 4-storied 1960s block placed in along a line of pre-1930s buildings. We wanted to just say that I think we probably don't really need to talk too much about what we've previously submitted because you were all here. What we're now submitting is that we recognise that the 4 streets, if they are not to be included in a character precinct, which we asked for in stream 2, given their special nature, they could potentially be considered to have heritage precinct status. We noted that Ms. Green also, and this was cited in HPW's written submission for stream 3, that the Emmett and Green Street could potentially be linked to, connected with, and added to the Newtown Shopping Centre heritage area. There's a lot of, as I've indicated just before, there's a lot of discussion about what we should be doing with the Newtown Shopping Precinct, and we feel it should retain its status, but options should be considered that allow for the redevelopment of sites that are detractive. I mean, there are a number of buildings in the city centre, in the spine of Newtown, that are significantly detractive. So we're also not in favour of height limits being increased in the Newtown Shopping Precinct area, but we understand that this is a bit of a trade-off. We understand there's a significant pressure that the commissioners will be exposed to around increasing the height limits or removing them totally. We feel that this is only makes sense or will only produce positive outcomes for our community if there are setbacks behind, so that the buildings are put behind the original heritage buildings and the streets are seen as quite open. And you will have seen that through the redesign plan that you've previously had a look at and have been submitted by Anna Kendall Welsh. We wanted to thank the author of the Section 42A report. We do concede that age, if we're using age alone, that this is not a defining criterion for heritage. And I think this is really, really useful. Further research is needed to demonstrate that the 4 streets meet criteria for listing, so that includes things more than age alone. We can see that a detailed information base and justification is required to identify places having wider heritage or character values. And that is something that is beyond our capacity as ordinary members of the public, but we recognise that this kind of that's quite a high bar in terms of the information that's required. We also recognise that consultation with owners would need to be carried out, and I mean, we've done some informal surveying of house owners in Green Street. For instance, we've started talking to people, but in fact this really probably counts for very little in terms of a much more systematic approach to consultation, so that the owners of those properties really understand what is proposed if the houses were to be included in a heritage precinct. And it was actually very interesting listening to the previous speakers talking about those sorts of things from an owner's perspective. We're pleased to see that that there is a consideration about thinking around this idea of neglect and demolition by neglect. So we thought that that was a particularly good inclusion in the evaluation that in the Section 42A report, page 48. We also think, just coming back to our point about whether this is a character or a heritage precinct, we noted that in Section 42A in the hearing for hearing 3, reference was made to the recommendation that came from the Section 42A report in stream 2 that that the spatial extent of these character areas could be extended if the panel reaches the view that this is reasonable and justifiable in response to heritage demolition control. So we saw that that was a really good recognition of the possibility that if these houses are at risk, it may be that one way is to revisit, go back to the idea of including them in character precinct. We were pleased to see the addition of 2 sites to Schedule 1, the former Primitive Methodist Church on Donald McLean Street and the former Tea House and Bakery on Mansfield Street. We wanted just to go very quickly through a couple of slides just to show you that we have been thinking about the houses in those 4 streets, not just in terms of their age, but also in terms of their classification on Boffa-Miskell's plan. So you would have seen these. So all of the dark green, the ones that are marked dark green, were primary in the Boffa-Miskell categorisation. The lighter green are contributory. So if you see all of the houses are either primary or contributory in the western end of Normanby Street, and then the eastern end of Normanby Street, we've got a similar sort of pattern. A little bit less in terms of primary contribution there. And then we've got Donald McLean Street looking a little bit more spotty, but it has the character, it has the heritage, proposed heritage listing, the former Primitive Methodist Church. And then we have Donald McLean Street, the eastern end of Donald McLean Street, looking significantly more cohesive. And then we've got Queen Street, which is looking incredibly healthy in terms of primary categorisation, and then Emmett Street, just one side of the street because the other side was taken for the school, and all of those houses on that side of the street were either primary or contributory. We just wanted to make a quick note of the fact that in the points in section 42A that there has been a concession that variability in the streets is, in this case, the variability in the streets is consistent with the fact that the council's heritage area assessments identify that contributing buildings make varied levels of contribution to the area overall. So we can see that in those slides that we've just seen. Some are primary, some are contributory. And so heritage areas do not always have a continuity of building and structures and are interspersed with non-heritage and buildings and structures that do not contribute to the values of the areas. And that's something that's obviously a complex issue for the commissioners to deal with. I mean, the previous speakers spoke about it as well, that arguing that their particular buildings weren't like the other ones in the street. The last point I want to make just briefly is that and it relates really to the point made by HPW that that these streets can be connected to existing areas, and particularly in those areas we have a number of buildings that are heritage listed. So we have John Castle the chemist, close to Emmett and Green Street. We have not very far away on the left hand side the now Newtown Community Centre. Further over, closer to Donald McLean Street, is the list of former, that terrace list of buildings there, listed buildings. Below that, not far from Emmett Street, is the Orange Hall, which is in existence. And to the top right-hand corner, we have close to Normanby Street, the big building on the corner, and then below that we have the Wedge, which is closer to Emmett and Green. So we have basically here we have 6 major heritage listed buildings, not counting the 2 new ones that would contribute to the connectedness, if you like, of heritage precincts that we might establish. So I'm going to hand over to James now, and who will talk a little bit more specifically about the heritage of the 4 streets.
These are the most intact streets of the early stages of Newtown's development. While few of the houses have not had obvious changes, they are generally speaking relatively intact. These cottages of modest working class origins give this part of Newtown a strong Victorian flavour. Although they are not like grander heritage houses found in other parts of Wellington City, they are still an important part of our history that can continue to provide a living tribute to the roots of Newtown. Green Street is the only street not to have lost more than one house at its Ridderford Street end, but all these streets contain long stretches of unbroken housing. The only exception is the south side of Normandy Street. They are mainly single or 2-storey box cottages or Victorian villas. There are many stories of the interesting characters associated with these streets that add to Newtown's place and history that deserve to be told in conjunction with the heritage area. Newtown is one of Wellington's oldest suburbs, and Green, Donald Maclean and Normandy are the oldest streets in Newtown. Subdivided in the 1870s with houses built in Donald Maclean and Normandy before the streets were laid out in 1877. Green Street had 2 houses by 1878. The Tiaro Ward Rate Book of 1876 reveals that the occupants were working class tradesmen and their families. By 1880, there were 6 houses in Green Street, 10 in Donald Maclean and 15 in Normandy. And by 1886, there were 13 houses and a fire station on Donald Maclean, 25 in Normandy and 10 in Green Street. More research is required to establish the exact age of these houses in these streets, but it's possible to say with confidence that the majority of the houses predate 1890. The Thomas Ward map of 1891 shows that almost every house in these streets were built by then. An application in 1894 by surveyors to form Emmett Street was approved by the Wellington City Council in 1895, by which time houses were already being built. The majority on the south side were completed in 1897. The houses on the north side were taken by Newtown School in 1937. What we have lost and what is at stake. Wellington has struggled to retain its historic heritage. Wellington's listed heritage is limited primarily to the Newtown Shopping Centre on Ridderford Street, although individual buildings are on the schedule as above. These 4 streets of Newtown tell us much of the early, predominantly working class settler history. A number of Newtown's older streets, branching from Ridderford Street, have lost large swathes of heritage and character already. For example, Newtown Ave, Horner, Arnie Streets, Road Street, and Gordon Place. And we suggest that the process to have notable or heritage trees listed for protection is complicated. This is the present process is complicated and is insufficient for guarding Newtown's trees or greenery in general. At present, there are only 3 trees from Newtown on the notable trees list and could be seen as another example of a neglect of Newtown's heritage. Here we submit that Newtown has already lost a lot of our heritage. These streets, other streets that are adjacent to the main spine of Newtown, such as Newtown Ave, Horner, as I said, Arnie, Rhodes and Gordon Place have lost significant chunks as not to remain intact. Newtown has suffered in heritage terms from benign neglect over the years, and it could be argued with some prejudice. Zoning changes over the years allowed for light industrial development and expansion of the hospital, with car parks replacing character housing, detracting from a coherent streetscape. Growing up in Newtown, just a personal observation, the hub of Newtown, a big part of it was St Thomas's Church on Ridderford Street, and that was a wonderful old native timber church with a large hall and a green associated with it, where many community events took place, particularly in the hall and on the green, such as fairs, community group meetings, etc. And sadly, in the late 60s, it was damaged by a fire, but not badly damaged. But unfortunately for Newtown, the Wellington diocese, the Anglican diocese, it was short of money when they were building their cathedral on Molesworth Street. They decided to demolish both the hall and the church, left the lot vacant, and then eventually sold the land to McDonald's without any protection or recognizance of the effect on Newtown.
Before you move, just ask a question.
Yeah.
So before you move off that, you've got Arnie Street and Gordon Place. Is on the left, the top left, is that Arnie Street now?
Yeah, that's
and
Arnie Street.
And the one underneath that is the same view, but
looking,
roughly when, like, is that in the past or is that the same time?
The one on the bottom, you can just see the building on the right of that image is that glass. So it's just to the left of the top image.
I see.
Yeah. So that goes Arnie Street. Yeah.
So it's not like a before and after shot. It's the same time, just from a different angle.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And same with the Gordon Street one. It's the same time, but just from a different part.
Well, the Gordon Place is on the other side of Rutherford.
Right.
So James took these about 3 days ago.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just to show you what has been done already, and we're desperate to protect what's left, and you'd have to ask yourself, would this be allowed to happen in other parts of Wellington? We just feel that Newtown gets dumped on a bit.
Could you do this in the main street of Kelvin?
Yeah. So I mean, and that's obviously possible development areas which outside of a proposed heritage. As Margaret has said, allowing areas to degrade in this way undermines the fabric and cohesiveness of the community. It says that we don't care, and we suffer from graffiti in these areas, dumping of rubbish and vandalism. And we submit that too much has been lost to the hospital development. And as you can see, a huge chunk of the main drag and Main Street, which was character housing 50 years ago, is now given over to a car park. Now with the possibility of the PDP either removing 50 or perhaps even over 70% of the existing character precincts, we shouldn't rely on the heritage overlay alone. As some buildings within the overlay are non-contributory, it suggests a much more nuanced approach to heritage is needed to include at least what is listed above. I mean, the heritage overlay is great, and it recognises what is there in the main street, but it's a bit of a muddle, in heritage terms, that it just restricts it. That's it. We've been given that. The shopping centre as heritage. That's it. That's all we need to do for Newtown. So we need a much more nuanced approach because Newtown has got such valuable, heritage outside of that. We appreciate that it protects that, but failing to recognise the value endangers Newtown of not having a coherent heritage area. And as Margaret said, we agree with the Section 42A report that 24 Donald McLean Street, now known as the Chinese Baptist Church, be included in Schedule 1. In the PDP, it is outside the character area, so it has no protection. It has significant historic, social and architectural values. It dates from 1880 with the Gothic Revival Church designed by Henry Johns, completed in 1907. The primitive Methodists were important to worship it from the poorer sections of society. Again, It reflects the working class nature of Newtown. It was not a grand church. It was, I think originally the first church had a mud floor. So it was really, they were the sort of the bottom of society, and that was their church, and that was a huge part of Newtown, because most of Newtown were working class people. So we want to, we support and we want to see Newtown grow where infrastructure allows, as we mentioned in Stream 1. With careful planning, this can happen while affording to protect a heritage area that in future can be celebrated and perhaps be a tourist attraction, which will add to the local economy. And can we, I'll just read through here what we said on the slide that I haven't mentioned already. That Michael Kelly's supplementary evidence, hearing 3, which identifies as the houses on the 4 streets, presents evidence of their ages and also comments on their features and significance. And thanks to the Historic Places Wellington regarding the retention of the Newtown Shopping Centre heritage listing and the inclusion of the 4 streets in a heritage precinct, particularly Green and Emmett, which should be included in the Newtown Shopping Centre precinct. And we support Anna Campbell-Welch claim that the Newtown Shopping Centre includes a small number of historic buildings of significance, and these should be retained as closely and feasible to their historic presence. And we support the identification of additional houses which we have left out of our submission, and streets that should be treated in the same way as these 4 streets, which include the lower section of Wilson Street and Minerva Street. And please refer to Michael Kelly's statement of evidence in Stream 3, point number 16. And we oppose the request to delist the former Primitive Methodist Church on 24 Donald McLean Street. And we strongly object and oppose Kaingarora's request to increase height limits impacting the Newtown Shopping Centre heritage precinct, and the seeking of an amendment to remove the size and height limits for accessory buildings in order to not restrict development on heritage sites. And we oppose KO's submission to remove the definition of demolition. As a personal observation during this process, I've noticed in both Stream 1 and Stream 2, following our submissions, and I've been following the hearings quite closely, and I appreciate that most people from the communities like ourselves come in 1s and 2s and 3s, and then after us, like in Stream 1, we had Kaingarora come mob-handed with like 6 to 8 consultants straight off the plane coming and telling us to ignore flood zones, and then in Stream 2 another bevy of 8. And I just as a personal observation, there's incredibly guilty of overreach here, because they're not as individuals not part of our community, and they don't necessarily even live in Wellington. So we that's just as a personal adjunct. Thank you for your time.
Understand your concern. I should say at the outset, asked, got the message through Jazz that you have asked that we go and have a look at Newtown. We do intend to do that. Have some responsibility. You just have to organise a day where there's not threat of getting large amounts of rain dropped on us from a great height. We'll try and do that next week sometime.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you should go to some of those areas in the photographs too.
Sorry, one thing I forgot to add. We have Michael Kelly here. We're grateful he's here to answer any question that you might have.
Just come back to that point of actually having a look at some of those detractive areas too, because of the social impact of what's been allowed to happen in Newtown. And it's not you walk through those things every day, and school children walk through those areas to get to Newtown School. to get to the kindergarten, to get to St. Anne's School. This is, you see rubbish on the street, you see the council hasn't cleaned the gutters, and the gutters are piling up with rubbish. So we would like you to come on a bad day when it is raining and the gutters are full and the rubbish collection has not come, and the graffiti artists have come through the night before. So yes, we'll arrange a really good day for you.
Right. Councillors, do you have any questions?
Very clear, and the photos help a lot. I have to say, it's always good, particularly for a person like me who's not born and bred in Wellington, but comes from Auckland. It always helps to have these photos.
Just one question. I don't think we can help you with the bevy of professionals that come in with kind order every time they come in. But one of the, how do we strike the balance between those people who on the whole want to act as responsible owners of heritage buildings and see the listing of their property or certain properties in different heritage areas as being an impediment for them to do what they consider the right thing? How do we strike the balance there?
I think that's it. I think that Anna Kimball Welsh is wanting to see if Peter Noble will come to the next stream and talk about working within the seemingly within the constraints of the heritage listing, but working around that with architects and designers to create a symbiosis, a sitting alongside, not becoming a kind of necessarily a kind of fake heritage, but actually working alongside buildings so that actually they can retain a strong flavour of the heritage. So I think it is possible. And we've seen some really, really interesting development. We have seen some fantastic developments in Newtown. We didn't put this in, but there's a development in Owen Street. I mean, it's a little bit tight on green space, but it's a small derelict cottage was pulled down, and a three unit building was put in place. It went through resource consent. It took 3 years to do that. So I think there's a question about how the council facilitates those processes. But what we have is a really sympathetic 3-part building with corrugated iron, with heritage colours, with dimensions and shapes in that building that are consistent with a kind of heritage aesthetic. But it's very much a modern take. So there is a way to do this.
I know, because I think in, the character precincts idea was, which allowed for alterations and, it accepted that a lot of the characters in the character precincts had been altered and, over time. And that's part of their, a lot of that was part of their charm. And I know the heritage is sadly is now, it's got a bad name because it, it stops you. You can't paint your letterbox pink or, these sort of things. Stop. And it's the same with the listing of trees. People don't want their trees listed because, they won't be able to touch it or, so it's just a matter of working away, that the owners are on board with a listing. And like Margaret said, we have done a survey, just an informal ad hoc survey of Green Street, and out of 14, I think it was 14.
Out of 11.
Out of 11, sorry, we had 9 in favour of having a heritage listing. So, it's just a matter of working with the owners and hoping that they'll be on board and help to celebrate those streets, because, like I say, personally, I think that a listing like that would add to their value and, you know, make it an attraction, part of a Newtown's attraction.
I'm just interested in an observation or reflection. So as not expert, so from a lay perspective and people who are in the community, how have you found the integration of the views that you have about these matters working across the different streams that you've been involved in so far? Have you seen it as being a simple process to navigate?
It's been a real learning curve.
Yeah.
It's all, I think it's a bit existential because sometimes we think, actually, do we have a place here? You know, because sometimes it's daunting when you know that the bar in terms of expertise is set very high, and is it actually worth coming along as an ordinary citizen with, you know, with a particular point of view? So I think it's, I mean, personally, the experience of sitting here has been incredibly positive. I mean, surprisingly positive, and people come out of it saying, "Well, that was quite good, really."
The whole process, you know, for me, you know, started in 2019 when the council put out their planning for growth. I think, do we want to intensify, or, and you know, there came back, I think 1,000 or so people, but you know, wanted to intensify rather than build out. So that was the first stage, and then we had the draft plan, which we were able to submit, and we set up a community group called We Are Newtown to do that. We realised, you know, the character precincts were at threat, so how are we going to make submissions? And we had public meetings, we had walkabouts with councillors, we had sort of working groups, and so over that process we made our submissions, and the majority of which were in favour of some intensification, but were in favour of keeping the main character of Newtown. So that was after that whole submission program, you know, that whole process, and we came to the vote in 2021 where the recommendation of the planners to go back from 73% to 50% was ignored by the councillors, and as we know, there was a vote to maintain the maximum, you know, intensification. That was a big, you know, quite a big shock for us, because we just felt that we've been ignored. And so, I mean, the process, I mean, I've been, like I said before, I've been observing these hearings, and I find it a fantastic experience doing these hearings, because we do get another opportunity to put our point of view.
When I do, the final comment is I do hope you continue to see the value in coming along to these hearings, because it is valuable.
Oh, thank you.
I echo that, because, as you say, you're obviously conscious of the difference in the expertise, but it's hugely valuable that you're asking questions and putting questions in our minds that we can then ask the experts who do turn up, well, what's the answer? And sometimes they have a good answer, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, because with, I mean, that's the general theme for me, is that we feel it, well, because I grew up in Newtown, I love it, you know, I went away, I came back, I'm so, you know, I love being back, it's part of my DNA, and I just, you know, I can hear my father saying, you know, in my memory, oh, Newtown, you know, Newtown's the best place in Wellington to live because it's such a sheltered, you know, microclimate, and it's so central, and it has a great community, and it did, you know, it had a multicultural community back then as well. So there was, you know, and he would lament at how badly it was treated by generally the council, you know, oh, it's only Newtown, you know, who cares, sort of thing, you know, and he would complain when the hospital was given all that acreage to develop, you know, especially into car parks, and the old Polytechnic on Wallace Street, given all that land, you know, all that housing to take, you know, my father would, you know, I can hear, you know, oh yeah, they're taking more housing for, you know, to build this and that, and they were pillars. My parents were pillars of the community, as I say, they were a big part of the church, and losing the church for them was, you know, heartbreaking, because they were, you know, that church was the hub of Newtown for them and for us boys. You know, it was a big part of our upbringing, centered around that. And at a Stratford Pen, it was lost, and now it's a fast food outlet which doesn't really deliver anything to the shopping, the heritage, or the precinct of Newtown was in the heritage or character sense.
Yes, I do have a question. And I'm going off your one-page summary. Under the second heading of we're submitting that, and the first bullet point, you say that if the 4 streets are not to be included in a character precinct, given their special nature, they could become heritage precincts. And in the next bullet point, you say how Emmett and Green Street could become part of the Newtown Shopping Centre heritage area. Where does that, I might have missed this, but where does that leave Donald McLean and Normandy Streets?
Well, I guess one thing that I've learned through this process is actually that you can use these kind of concession structures, if such and such then. So I guess it's all a bit of a trade-off. So I guess the best case scenario for us would be that all 4 streets were considered heritage to have a heritage precinct status. But we see that there are possibilities. So we're trying to recognise that maybe it's more likely that Green and Emmett could be connected to the shopping street precinct. So that wouldn't make us, that's not the best case scenario, but we would think that was better than not being listed. So for us, it's a it's a concessions game, I suppose.
Yes.
Negotiation.
Okay.
Multiple format positions.
Confession, I'm not sure about negotiation. Sorry.
Does that mean that what you're saying is that there's a potential posse for Green and Emmett? Donald McLean and Normandy would need to have new heritage areas constructed. Is that what that's saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that.
We mustn't forget Minerva and Wilson Street.
I mean, the issue is too, I think, one of the things about those slides, the photos with the green strips is, and the empty boxes, is to look at the continuity. We recognise that the Commission is grappling with this issue of continuity and consistency. And so I guess there are a number of options around Donald McLean and Normandy Streets. And then some people would be in favour of only the sort of top end of those streets being particularly Donald.
Okay, so I'll ask my next question.
Yep.
And that is, you touched on it, under the heading we concede.
Yes.
Your second bullet point, you say further research is needed to demonstrate that Green Emmett, Donald McLean and Normandy Streets meet the criteria for listing. 2 questions there. Do you mean listing as a heritage area?
Yes.
And secondly, in light of your earlier response, does that, when would that research be undertaken, and do you see it being as part of this process or a process after the decisions are released on this plan change?
What's occurred to me during this, there is probably a need for some sort of Newtown historical society to start collecting evidence and collating, because at the moment from us, from the community, so which would be a great help.
That's suggesting then that really that information is not to hand, and to do it properly it needs a concerted forensic type approach.
Well, that's how we interpreted section 42A, but Michael might have a comment about that. Michael, given that he's more expert at these things.
Just make a few observations from the Commission point of view.
Just before you do, the question that's in the back of my mind, Mr. Kelly, is there sufficient evidence for us at this stage to make a decision on those matters? I mean, because that I don't want to call it a concession, but that note and that second bullet point would suggest that there's not.
I think it'd be fair to say that Margaret there was quoting me. Okay. And it's the reason that I said that is because the purpose of that work that I did was to alert you to the possibility that this area has value. I know what the council's minimum information requirements are, and what we have produced so far would not meet those minimum requirements. So more work would need to be done to meet those. I think that as a side observation, I think the council's actually gone a little too far in its expectations. Every heritage report is incredibly long and detailed, and I just don't think that's absolutely necessary. Which is odd when you think about the fact that it's probably something that might benefit me commercially, but I just don't see the point of being quite so elaborate. As far as those areas go, there is almost no social history at the moment written, so we need some social history. We need to know the connection of those people to the suburb. We need to know the kind of businesses they would, and did they work in the city? Did they have connections, local connections? It'll be good to know how much those houses have actually changed. Where have they changed? What kind of footprint did they have initially? What's the footprint now relative to that? Etc. 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 So that's the kind of thing that and more intensive research would throw up. But it's clear that these hearings are demonstrating that the council has a lot of work still to do in this area, and I suspect that they could be years catching up with all the things that have been asked to do. Sure. So I don't know where you want to draw that line, but that would be my assessment of the situation.
Okay, thank you for that. And that just leaves me with one final supplementary question. It's to Claire and James. Under the heading, we're submitting that if the 4 streets are not included in the character precinct as you submitted in Stream 1, so does that indicate that your preference still lies with having those streets as character precincts as opposed to heritage? Is that your what we might call primary relief, if you like? And the heritage areas being sort of the secondary relief, if that's not granted. Is that how I should categorise it?
This is like, what's that quiz program before the news?
The chase.
Well, the chase. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry if the question's not clear. Let me
No,
rephrase it.
No. I think the idea of primary relief. Yes.
Yeah, particularly.
Yes.
Kind of put it, especially another way of putting it is, what do you prefer, character area or heritage area?
Yeah.
And this would indicate you prefer the character area.
Yeah, if it includes a demolition. Yeah.
Well, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's useful.
We're desperate for any protection that we can get.
I think the character protection would be good for Donald McLean. I mean, we talked a little bit before about the difference in those sets of 2 streets. So the Donald McLean and Normanby, I think, but there are a couple of buildings. There's one very, very old building that probably should be a heritage listing. I think it's number 46 in Normanby Street. That's Anne Downs, Anne's Devoy's place. So those two, and as we saw, they're a little bit more spotty, particularly Donald McLean Street, and less consistency. So it might be that it's not necessarily that we'd want to see all 4 streets treated in that way, but probably a character precinct for Normanby and Donald McLean, plus number 46 protected, and then
as a site.
And then the other, and we know that the owner would be very happy with that. And then Green and Emmett, I think we could see those being joined on.
I think that was in line, so I keep forgetting her name, but submitter in Cherry Stream 2, was it?
Was Watson.
Watson. I was going to.
Very Watson. Oh yes, I'm Margaret, by the way. I'm not Claire.
Hey, I've already made that mistake, David.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Okay, well, yes. Well, that submitter, Miss Watson, I think.
Yes.
With her map, presented that quite eloquently.
Yeah. Great.
Thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you all for your time. We appreciate your input. We look forward to seeing Mr. Kelly again shortly, next week. Next week.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for
Time.
taking time for doing a walkabout next week. I hope the weather's good.
As I say, you just got organised weather.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for an hour. Be back at 3:20.
Felicity.
Mr. McMahon.
Country theft.
This one.
No, the one that,
Oh,
yeah, that's cool.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a showing off. He's going, look at this.
Get time like a little chat after that. Right.
Zoom the hearing. Greetings. Care to introduce yourselves and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon, I'm Ian McLeod and Sandra Kisby, Fergus Kisby McLeod. We're representing Wellington Amusement Holdings, the owners of 205 Pouhere Road, more commonly known as the Penthouse Cinema.
You know where you are. Been one of your customers many times. You have the floor.
Thank you. So we're discussing the listing of the building at 205 Pouhere Road. Now, we have no problem with the desire to preserve the heritage, but in this instance, we feel the council needs to look at the bigger picture. As of the 24th of January 2029, the cinema will not survive in its current makeup. The doors will close due to its earthquake status. The building in its present configuration doesn't meet the current market conditions and doesn't serve the owners for trying to serve the public. Since the building was listed as an earthquake risk, we've been unable to reconfigure the interior layout of the building without triggering a full redevelopment of the site. Retention of the cinema is no longer viable in today's market. We've done our best to keep the cinema running, but in the future, it's not good. The future's not rosy at all for cinemas. Paramount in Courtenay Place couldn't keep its doors open. The Embassy is council owned and has access to unlimited resources and also wealthy benefactors. And on top of that, we've still got the cost of earthquake strengthening. It just won't happen. We currently hold a resource consent for a development, which was the idea was to bring the building up into 2021 standards to meet the current market. But when we got this priced, it clearly and quickly became obvious that it wasn't sustainable as a business model, and the cost and the proposed rental would make the business unattainable. That consent encourages retention of approximately the front 10 metres of the building, which, if you've been there, it's from the street to the bottom of the stairs going up to Cinema 1. That would equate to approximately 10% of the site being unusable. Given that we own the car parks next door, the future of this property and the adjoining sites will become a multi-use apartment and or commercial site, which covers over 2,500 square metre footprint. The proposed district plan confers a minimum building height of 27 metres on that site. And it seems crazy to straddle a 27-metre residential development with a facade that doesn't work. It makes no sense to have a small amount of a two-storey facade tacked on to what will be a modern development. At this point, it looks ridiculous when you're trying to make something modern, fit for purpose, and then you add a facade with a cinema entrance when the cinema will no longer be there. It puts unreasonable constraint on making that area into a much needed residential development. The heritage value of the cinema, the heritage value is the cinema, and with that gone, why would you preserve part of an old concrete building? It will slip into the history books along with all the other Wellington cinemas. I think we have to be thankful that it's lasted this long. We took advice, and one of the things we found was that in compromising the development opportunities, a place of a facade in there would be used against any potential development, and the more pressing demands are for the residential development closest to bus routes, closest to the city centre. Thank you. Any questions?
You were just referring to developments on the side that you can picture above and beyond the resource consent that you have at the moment. And you were saying there could be some residential or it could be commercial. Your last sentence referred to the pressing need of having residential units. Are you thinking commercial or residential?
Yeah, probably residential. We haven't made a decision yet. It's just we've been trying to get through the last 3 years with COVID and the current recession that the country's in, and it's not a good time to do the building, but we want to be able to come forward when things come right with a clean sheet. So there is no plans. But the one thing we do know is that the resource consent we've got is not economic to do. You know, the build costs and what it will end up having to pay rent, the business doesn't sustain it.
I understand that. I think the reason why I asked that question was because you were referring to the entrance to the cinema being an awkward proposition for a residential building. But of course, if you are considering a commercial building, that might be not quite so inappropriate. So that was the background to the question. We've heard from council that you have been in discussions with them on what to do and how to do it, and they had at some point in time there was some agreement that the facade and another 10 metres behind that roughly would be a good idea, and that the actual cinema space in the back could be demolished. In light of you saying, or do I understand right, that the facade in those 10 metres, is that the 10% you were referring to in terms of the footprint that is unusable? Of the total site that we've got. Is that the total site including the car park? Yes, yes. And I assume you haven't had any input from an architect or
not since we've got not since we got the last set of resource consents. We took them down and got them priced, and that sort of brought all the development to a rapid and grinding halt. The resource consent was issued earlier this year. Obviously, I'd have to go back and have a look, but we got it approximately a year. Oh, so I got it priced. It would have been late last year when we got the thing priced with LT McGuinness, and they're pretty reputable builders around town. There was it just came very obvious that the development wouldn't stack up. So now we're up to Plan B.
And Plan B means that.
Plan B means we haven't talked to anybody at the moment. There's no developers involved. There's nothing. At the moment, what we're trying to do is just keep the cinema running and make sure that the people of Wellington enjoy it. But we haven't got a Plan B. But what we don't want to do is when we move down that road, we don't want to have this corner with a 7.5 metre old concrete block sitting in the corner, dedicating how we do the development.
So you see now Plan B, if you're in reality, as I understand what you told us, is you're trying to figure out what Plan B is.
That's correct. Yes.
The only thing you know for certain is what is not.
Yes. Yeah. It's
still got that end date of knowing that the earthquake is definitely not fix it, and we know we can't operate past then. So we've got 5 years.
2,084 days. I looked it up today. Yeah, there you go. 2,084 days is what it is until the cinema's got to close.
Ticks to make.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but I was just.
Yeah, I think your Plan B, or what's not Plan B, what isn't included in Plan B, makes it quite clear where you are heading. And on that basis, I don't think that I have any further questions for you.
Questions?
Mr. McLeod, can you remind me again when approximately you guys bought it?
Sandra's father bought the building in 1975.
So it's been in the family since 1975.
And we picked up the car parks next door from about 2002 to 2006.
So they were a separate title before?
They were, yeah, but when we did the development in 2008 to put in Cinema 3, we merged the titles together. So all those car parks are on one title now.
Much of a chance the young fella's not going to be involved in running a cinema?
I'm quite sad about that. He's working in it at the moment.
Yeah. So the other question I have for you is the part of the cinema building that is being listed, in your opinion, does it have any heritage value?
Not really.
It doesn't have any at all?
Not that I can see. It's got a bit of paint, but no, nothing that can't be replicated. There's no, I don't think there's no special building techniques in there. It's just the boys went down to Pouhere Bay and scooped up a bit of sand and mixed it with a bit of cement, and away they went. I'm not aware of anything. I know the roof is not in particularly good condition, and we're constantly fighting leaks. So that front bit, this used to be the old projection box, which they had to keep in those days because they used to have an arc. They used to have a concrete enclosed box. But that's the only reason it was there.
Because it needed to be fireproof.
Yes, yeah. But nowadays it's all digital, and the biggest problem is keeping the thing cool and air conditioned.
No, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. McLeod, I've got a couple of questions here and then a matter for Mr. McCutcheon. So just in the facts, the 2,084 days, was it 24th of the 9th, 29 or?
29 is this year.
Yep, thank you. And that's
24th of the 1st.
24th of the 1st, and that's when the notice, does the term expires, or?
I suppose, yeah, the 15 years is up, yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. Secondly, and this might sound a strange question, but you're both the owner and the operator of the cinema.
Well, I suppose, we're the beneficial owners. When you dig right back through all the company structure, it's Sandra and myself.
Yes.
And the bank.
Yes. But you also operate the cinema.
Yes, we do.
It's not that you lease it to someone else to operate.
No.
Okay. Okay, now that's fine. It just strikes me, Mr. Chairman, that this might be a useful case study for the officers to report back on in terms of indicating a couple of things, how the policy 11, which deals with, I think demolition, I think, Mr. Kitchen, P11.
Let me just pull up the
and rule P13 from memory. I'm going back 3 days now, so memory is not perfect.
Just pulling that up now, but if you're referring to the total demolition policy and total demolition rule, then that would only apply to the partial listing of the facade.
Yes.
The remainder of the building would require a resource consent under the centres rules to demolish it.
Okay.
But there would be no heritage considerations.
Okay, but for the facade though, in terms of, and would it be a partial demolition as opposed to a total demolition?
If the whole of the listed part of the building is to be demolished, then that is total demolition. If it were to be partly demolished, like for example, the 10-metre portion was reduced to 5, then that would constitute partial but not total demolition.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that it's the desire to have a clean slate to make the development effective. So whether that's partial or total demolition, I don't know.
But by the rules of the plan, if you are demolishing a listed facade and that's the only thing, it's total demolition.
Okay, so it'd be useful to indicate how the policy would apply to that, the total demolition policy.
I think this is a matter for reply. Sorry, so having this offline conversation, we just
absolutely. I mean, it's definitely for reply because it can require a little bit of work. I think we'd also like to understand, now that the site is amalgamated into one title, since the with the merger back in 2008, does that mean that, well, does the listing now relate to the entire legal description? And then what does that mean for the rules for mixed use or residential development under the local centre development? So I think it'd be really useful to understand how these policies and rules might work in practice.
Certainly.
If that's clear. Thanks for your indulgence on that, Mr. McLeod. That's not a question for you, but just an example, get a working example of how these provisions might operate.
Yes, we're trying to get, one of the things we're trying to get a handle on is how these rules work in different factual situations. We've just thrown up yet another curveball to think about. And not that we're blaming you, we're just collecting issues that we need to wrestle with and get our heads around and get to a good outcome.
Yeah, I think if we wind it right back and look at the facade, it's not in very good condition at all. So it's going to need some remedial work on it. It's still, it leaks. We've actually, in the projection room, which is underneath there, we've actually built a room inside a room to protect our projectors because it leaks so much. But
yes. So what I'm trying to understand with the questions that I put to Mr. McCutcheon is whether there is a consenting pathway. Policy says that, and let's assume we're talking about total demolition. Policy says that that should be avoided unless there's been adequate consideration or investigation to 5 groups of alternative actions: repair and maintenance, seismic strengthening. I can't remember what the other ones are. So that's the sort of test that you would need to go through, and unless you were able to satisfy one of those tests to the appropriate degree, the policy test would not be met. And so that's why I'm asking Mr. McCutcheon to just do that sort of analysis. He might want to have some assistance from his resource consent team to do that.
Any other questions, commissioners? Well, I think that we're clear on your problem. We just haven't figured out the answer.
So that was section 11, was it? Policy 11. P11.
And it's the numbers have been changed. So P11 of the section 42A report and appendix A to the section 42A report. You'll understand where we're coming from.
All right, we'll have a look at it when we get home.
And we can make sense of it.
If it has total demolition in the header, then it's not the right.
In the notified plan, I think it was P10, so it's just been had a consequential renumbering.
Okay. Good. All right.
But as I say, thank you for adding to the list of issues that we have to address. If your ongoing cinema continues to operate as well as it can do.
No, we just need to dig ourselves out of the hole from COVID and the recession. You know, it's tough out there at the moment. Just need some more supplements, actually, probably more than anything.
We like right.
Get into the cinema.
Yeah. Bad weather and good movies, that's all we need. But, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Over to you, sir.
Gentlemen, welcome. Happy gathering.
Thank you. My name's Peter Coop. I'm a consultant planner, giving advice to Parliamentary Service. And on my left is...
I'm David Wills. I head up the projects team at Parliament. Prior to that, I was heading up the facilities group, which also the projects team is split off at the moment because we do have a fairly significant number of projects on site around it. So I represent Parliament.
Okay, gentlemen, we have Mr. Coop's evidence with a relatively succinct relief. How would you like to proceed? Obviously, we know exactly where the facility is, and we've got a pretty good idea what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yes. Look, I guess what I wanted to do today was to set a bit of context around the my statement and the reasons why on this one, and you could say it's a small matter, but it's not a small matter in relation to our Parliamentary Service, and in particular how I regard the importance of parliamentary precincts to Wellington. And so, I mean, this precinct in the wider government area is in fact why Wellington is the capital. And it's why significant government departments are here. Also, all the diplomatic missions and a significant number of employers. And so the role of the parliamentary precinct to the economy and life of Wellington is incredibly important. Now, that importance was recognised by the City Council when I first started practising. And so when I was first employed in Wellington, I was employed by the City Council in it, and that was in the late 70s and early 80s. And at that stage, there was a working party comprised of city councillors and the city planner, and then representatives of Parliament and the major government departments that surround Parliament. And the objective then was to, in fact, prepare and think about how the parliamentary precinct should be managed and developed into an identifiable and sustainable entity which has its own character and which positively contributes to Wellington and also reflects democracy in New Zealand. So that was the objective. And look, unfortunately, what happened was that that working party, it never really came to fruition. It met for quite some years, but there was no resolution. And so what's happened since then is that the parliamentary precinct has just been seen by the council as part of the central area. Now, from a planning perspective, I don't support that. I think that that's short-sighted, and it's certainly contrary to how the City Council views its own civic precinct. And so when you compare, for example, the provisions in the district plan that the council have brought down for its civic centre precinct, and compare that to the parliamentary precinct, well, the contrast is stark. And so, and what I did this morning is just to look through the provisions of the city centre zone, and that has an introduction which specifically references the importance of the civic centre, And then there are specific objectives, policies and rules for that precinct. And the city centre zone does not mention parliamentary precinct. Now, I don't believe that that's an appropriate approach. And as my statement of evidence sets out, I did raise that with the manager of the district plan when the draft district plan came out or was being prepared. And I said, look, you really should use this opportunity to express in the district plan the importance of the parliamentary precinct, to at least to reflect your thinking, to be consistent with how you're approaching the civic centre. Well, that didn't happen. And I think that's regrettable. And so because of that, the Parliamentary Service then lodged a submission to the proposed district plan and sought various changes, and to the credit of the council reporting on. So I think the report gives a pretty good balance between what Parliamentary Service was seeking and what other submitters were seeking. And so we're left with this one issue, which is that that I consider that when an application for resource consent is made by Parliamentary Service for additions and alterations to a heritage building on the precinct, that specific assessment criteria should be included, which references the importance of the precinct. And I believe that's desirable from the point of view of ensuring that the precinct continues to evolve in a way that meets the needs of Parliament and also the visiting public. Because more people visit the parliamentary precinct than the civic centre, certainly currently.
Some stay quite a long time.
Yep, they do. If you're interested, it's somewhere between 80 and 100,000 per year of public visitors that go through the main entrance.
So look, I know that the library and the art gallery and they attract a significant number of people if they were all running as we hoped they would, but that's certainly not the case now, and it's not going to be for some years to come. So that gives you the context and the reason why, from a planning perspective, in my expert opinion, the change that is sought by Parliamentary Service is fair and reasonable and should be accepted. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but perhaps linked to that, yes, I was then going to ask Dave to comment on that matter.
Yeah, well, I'll put my little operations hat on a little bit as well. Peter touches in his presentation there, and I talk about it in the summary very much. Parliament's quite unique in the operating environment that we actually face and the challenges that we face. And we've seen two examples in the last couple of weeks. And those two examples are two MPs who have left their party but are still in Parliament, and we have to accommodate. When that happens, they're obviously no longer accommodated in the same area as their party, and we have to find a new office for them. We have had to displace people from offices to accommodate that and make that happen at the moment. That's how tight accommodation is over at Parliament. And it reflects the changing needs and environment of Parliament. Now, we currently have a Parliament of 120, and providing we don't have an overhang. Sometime in the foreseeable future, it's highly likely Parliament will actually grow. To that size of Parliament was set back in 1996. So the proportion of each of us that each MP represents is vastly different today. So at some stage, we will probably be voting on a referendum for an increase in the size of Parliament. Where do we put them? Significant challenges to today. And that's not unusual. Every time there's an executive change, we have to move everybody around. The executive might go from, say, an executive 27 up to, in my nearly 8 years there, we've had as low as 27, as high as 31 in the executive. And as you can imagine, a ministerial office is quite large. A minister and it could be up to 20 staffers, takes up a lot of square footage. Finding extra offices is a real challenge. So where I'm really coming from is we need to be able to be nimble and quick. These things are expected to almost happen overnight. If we, a lot of what Pete was talking about there, we run and manage a heritage site, and we accept that and we love it, and everybody does. But we need to be able to operate flexibly inside that heritage site and enable the running of Parliament as best it can inside those restrictions around it. And it's unusual from that point of view that you can't just move government to a new lease building or something like that because you need extra space for your MPs around that. So that's, I think, the key background to some of the thrust of what we're trying to achieve here as well. That realisation that your Parliament is a bit different to everybody else out there. I suppose the other thing I'll just briefly touch on here too is, as part of this process, it did come to our attention that there was another submitter on the view shafts. Do you want me to talk about that now, Peter? Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
When we looked into that, we hadn't considered it initially. And when we looked into it, we actually saw that there was a lot of merit in the Eagle Family Trust submission on view shafts. We know that's not what this hearing is about, but we just wanted to note that we're actually supportive of their submission, which comes up, I think, in front of you in about a week's time, a little bit more around that. And in particular, the impact that the changes to the view shaft could have to the background relief of Parliament House. And Parliament House stands out extremely well against the dark green of Tinakuri Hill. It would very easily start to blend into other structures that ended up the back there. But part of our comment around that is too that Parliament should be about Parliament and Parliament buildings. Parliament is an evolution of buildings. They start from the 1800s. We still do have an 1800s building tucked away, the old men's toilets behind the library, right through to with everything burning down in the 1907 to the rebuilds in 1915, the old government buildings being demolished and the beehive being erected in the 70s, through to huge refurbishments of Parliament House, what we call the East Library, which is the front Gothic tension, and the new build of the West, and what we're now calling the South Library building at the back. So there's been an evolution of buildings and building styles over the years at Parliament too, and we see that going into the future, that Parliament will continue to evolve to suit the needs of New Zealand.
So what Mr. Wells is referencing is a statement of evidence that he has submitted, and you may not have that yet, but no. So that's been submitted really just to record what Mr. Wells has just said to you.
Okay, get that right. Mr. Coop, I'm wondering, why didn't Parliamentary Service go the whole hog and say, you're every bit as important, if not more important, than Civic Centre? Why didn't you ask for a precinct of your own?
That's a very good point.
Well, exactly. That is what I did do when I approached the manager of the district plan group, and that was declined. So yes, I did raise that.
Did you consider seeking that as relief in your submission?
Look, no, because at that particular stage, Parliament, not Parliamentary Service, is still looking at the variety of options that's available to it. And so that is just one of the options. The other options that are potentially available are a designation under the RMA. And then another option, and this is an option which, for example, applies to the Canberra Parliamentary Precinct. That's basically subject to separate legislation. So its management is not governed by the territorial planning authority and the territorial.
Like Vatican City.
Correct. Yes, it's a bit like
Very
that.
much so.
And so, look, and so those are all options which are available, are sitting there. But at this stage, this very small change is all that Parliamentary Service is seeking.
I think it's fair to say those changes would take a reasonable amount of time and willingness of a number of parties to enact as well. Whereas at the moment, we're just trying to be very engaged in the Wellington City Council process.
Questions, do you have any questions?
I'm just trying to, yes, I do. I'm just trying to get my head around the precinct. At the moment, in the operative district plan, there is a parliamentary precinct.
Yes, and that's a heritage precinct under the heritage provision.
And that precinct will remain.
Yes.
It's a heritage area.
Yes.
So the issue at the end of the day is that it hasn't been, that this precinct has not been pointed out, or the importance of that precinct above and beyond being containing heritage has not been elevated enough in the, okay, just needed to. With regards to the buildings, so there is buildings that are individually listed,
yes,
but there is also buildings that are just contributing to the heritage.
Yes, there are. An example of that might be the recent addition to the Parliamentary Library at the back there. What year was that built?
1990s. It was part of the great photographic archive of what went on in the 90s. So Parliament House was completely gutted right back to the concrete. So if you go in there now today, that's actually a heritage design by architects out of Sydney and Warramani here in town. And what you see is the lovely Gothic library was demolished to the back of the front east building. That was strengthened. All that's on base isolators now. Strengthened. The west library behind it was demolished apart from the west facade. That's there today. The men's toilets I mentioned, which are an individual structure from the late 1800s, remained just nestled in a gap there. But the buildings Peter's referring to is a structure that actually the Speaker's Lawn sits on top. It's got a living roof on top of it and forms part of the underground car park underneath. And that was a complete new structure in about 1992 as part of those developments that occurred. So we have a different mix and match. And at that time, actually, when all that work occurred, there was a whole lot of buildings out in the rear car park of Parliament. And, you know, one of them was affectionately known, I'm told, as Siberia, and they had a link bridge, and there were members of Parliament out in these old buildings out in the actual back rear car park. So, you know, even in the last, 20, 30 years, Parliament's involved quite a lot with its building stock. Even with the Beehive replacing the original government buildings. I think Bellamy's, the restaurant's moved about 3 or 4 times
to different locations and different buildings on site. It's part of the history of the site. Yeah.
Okay, that clears it up for me. Thank you.
Does it not just duplicate provisions that are already there to achieve the same outcome? If there are heritage provisions there, doesn't it just duplicate the fact that you have to still meet that test? And by adding parliamentary precinct, what more do you get with regards to a planning outcome than you do if you don't have it?
It's a good question. Why Parliamentary Service is seeking it, and why I believe it's appropriate, is that it specifically directs the decision makers when they assess an application by Parliamentary Service for additions and alterations to their heritage buildings, is to place weight on the extent to which those additions and alterations and partial demolition positively contribute to the functioning of Parliament. Now, you could say, as the officer does, oh look, that applies just to all heritage buildings. But I don't consider that's appropriate, and the reason for that is how I explained it right at the start of this hearing, because I think it acknowledges the importance of the precinct and brings it more into line with how the council have approached its own civic centre precinct. So you could say, if you were going to, your question could fairly be put then to the council. Well, why is there all these provisions for the civic centre when it's just part of the central city? Why carve it out? Why carve it out so comprehensively and specifically, particularly when it's not as important as the parliamentary precinct, in my view?
Yeah, but I think my point is why the example that you just gave, that there should be a different consideration for demolition. Why? If it's heritage, why should there be a different consideration? If it's a heritage building within the parliamentary precinct, why should the rules be different?
Yeah, and it comes back to what I was talking about earlier.
I might be missing it, sorry.
Yeah, that uniqueness of Parliament and the fact that, so for instance, if we needed to do some significant modifications, say for earthquake strengthening for the beehive, we can't say, okay, right, we're going to repurpose the beehive into a different role and function now because that strengthening work precludes it being used as ministerial offices, and that often happens during strengthening work. You end up with a beam or a shear wall in the way that now means your footprint is very different. You can't use it. We can't suddenly say, okay, that's great. Now the beehive's going to be something else, and we'll go somewhere else and put the minister somewhere else. We don't have the footprint to be able to do that at Parliament. So we are limited, and we're quite special in that regard. That we can't just say, well, we're going to pick Parliament up and we're going to put it here, so that we can have an effective and efficient operating of Parliament. And that's where we see we are different for that reason.
But there's that lack of infrastructure or footprint to accommodate those ministers in that example.
Yep.
You're saying to me that's a heritage issue? Or is it just an issue that you don't have officers there to accommodate?
Both of those things.
Yeah. Because
yeah,
that's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, so it is a heritage issue.
In what way is it a heritage issue?
In the fact that what we're trying to get here is the recognition that council should consider when we come forward with a resource consent, that unique property of Parliament, and that we may have to do a partial demolition or something along those lines to enable Parliament to continue operating effectively and efficiently in the same operational manner as it does today, over and above how it might be considered for a standard commercial building or a cinema that we listened to beforehand.
calling a spade is the reality that you want the ability to say, well, even though that's going to detract from an important heritage building, must.
Yes. I think it's a balancing factor. So we're just wanting that factor to be able to be weighed by the decision makers. We're not at all in this hearing saying that that's a trump card. It's just one of the factors that the decision makers need to balance up. And we're seeking that because of the importance of the precinct to the life and culture of Wellington, and Dave's point that Parliament can't go anywhere else.
Is the reality that you hoist by your own petard in the same way that saying, well, Parliamentary precinct is unique. Heritage assessors would no doubt say that the listed heritage buildings have a unique heritage quality because of their significance in the national consciousness, and not just the economic context, in their social context. So that there is both a legitimate public interest in Parliament expanding if it needs to, but also a legitimate public concern that the heritage fabric of those buildings that are so important to the nation itself be preserved. You're on the sort of on the top of a very sharp fence.
Yeah, it's some of the answer in balance that we're looking for, balance between those two things.
I think it's a balance, and also just to pick up on your point about preservation, heritage evolves in itself, and so the example of that is that the whole precinct currently basically is European in nature, and that extends to the existing heritage buildings. And if Parliament wishes to make the precinct more representative of multicultural New Zealand, those buildings and the precinct must change. And the whole of the precinct and those three buildings are heritage, both in area and so essentially what happens is that any development on the precinct needs a resource consent under the heritage provisions. So there's a high degree of control by the City Council on what happens on the precinct. And so that's yet another sort of reason why, as a planner, I consider that this additional assessment criteria is really important for Parliamentary Service and Parliament to have sitting there, because it enables a more balanced assessment of an application that comes forward to the Council.
Look, I think my questions have been answered. I understand the issue. I guess, Mr. Coop, the thing I'm struggling with is why they need, whether the specific provision that's being sought fits within the architecture of P7. The architecture there is in the general. There's no other reference to any other specific heritage area. And I just, notwithstanding what you said about the importance of the parliamentary heritage area, there are other important heritage areas throughout the plan, and they don't see any specific reference that I can see, at least in P7.
I don't agree with you that there are other as important heritage precincts in the city than Parliament precinct.
The advice that we received from the council was that there's no hierarchy of importance amongst the heritage areas.
Well, again, with respect, I disagree.
You're not disagreeing with me, you're disagreeing with the officers.
Correct.
And I'm using the word heritage area, not parliamentary precinct. I mean, there are numerous heritage areas, of which the parliamentary precinct is in one of them. But unless I've got it wrong from Mr. McCutcheon, I don't understand that there's any particular ranking or hierarchy amongst those heritage areas.
And I agree with Mr. McCutcheon's advice to you, but with respect, I part company with his advice. I consider that the parliamentary heritage area is the most important to Wellington's future in terms of both its positive economic role and its role in being the seat of government, and its sustainable development is just so important, much more important than any of the other heritage areas in the city.
Okay. That aside, where do you see that provision that you've listed in 8.1 in your last page of the evidence actually specifically fitting in to P7? Is it one of the A, B, C, D through to J under clause 1, or is it its own clause?
I'd have to look at the council report again, but I think it just sits as one of the assessment criteria. It should sit as one of the assessment criteria for an application for resource consent to add, alter or partially demolish a heritage building.
Okay, well those, I think for want of a better word, those matters that are to be have regard to, there are 6 of them.
Yes, correct.
The first one talks about the extent to the work to which the work achieves certain things, and there's matters A to J.
Yep.
And then there are then standalone matters, items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What I was asking is that should it be an item 7, or should it be come after J? Does it matter?
I'd have to look carefully at the rule, but I suspect that it does not. It's not probably of crucial importance.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just to follow up on the chair's question before. So once again, I need to have your clarification here. We are talking about a heritage area, but in talking about a heritage area, you would like to loosen the restrictions on heritage in that area to be able to operate Parliament the way it needs to be operated in at different times.
No, we're not seeking to loosen the heritage rules. All we're seeking is the addition of one more assessment criteria that helps decision makers, when considering an application for resource consent, consider what weight to give to the importance of Parliament being able to operate efficiently and effectively for the good of New Zealand and Wellington.
Okay, but that as a result, that would then mean that the parliamentary heritage area is the only heritage area that can operate under that particularly special loosened rule, because everybody else has to stick to what the rest says in the plan. Is it not that you're actually seeking, rather than a heritage area, and that comes back to my earlier question with the elevation of that precinct, as you call it, to actually
create a parliamentary precinct that might have some heritage buildings in it that have to follow certain rules. But I understand you are saying that there is so much higher level importance of the whole thing that it's actually not necessarily an element of heritage, but has to do with the ruling of the country, which is not necessarily a heritage matter. So if you put it the other way, if the council would offer, and I'm not saying they would, but if they would offer you a status of the parliamentary precinct, and they would say, okay, that's your precinct, and you do with it whatever you want to do. We have a few heritage buildings in there, and we can see however they need to be changed, added to whatever. Then this would be an outcome that you would be quite happy with, even if it wouldn't be a heritage area.
Yes, that's absolutely. And we've made a couple of examples of, we are the only, I believe, Westminster Parliament that is bound by a local council set of rules. Okay. But that's not what we're here about today.
It's just a matter of understanding where your thinking comes from.
And even if that did occur in the future, I know myself and most other people, it would be a fairly unique set of rules that would apply to that precinct, protecting heritage inside there as well. We know that from what we consider a reasonably strong relationship we have with Heritage New Zealand, and we have a number of different things around that. And, and one day in the future, who knows, that may actually happen.
Okay, right. Thanks for that.
Any more for any more people? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Wend your way back down Lambert Key.
We used to be
blown away. Get blown very cold out here.
Raining.
Mr. Insull.
You can absolutely relax. I will not be going to that level.
No, we're very relaxed. Given that you're our last guest for the day.
By way of introduction, I've got one of the batches at Red Rocks, and I'm generally considered the spokesperson of the batch owners from Red Rocks. And what I've really come along to talk about is not what's in the plan, but the workings of the plan and the frustrations of a public submitter. So there are 4 batches at Red Rocks. It's likely that the oldest was built 1905, 1906, maybe 1907. They come up for you because they've been included in the heritage section of the district plan. I'd just like to point out that in 2002, Heritage New Zealand, or then Historic Places Trust, created a nominal heritage area.
Is that green light on in front of you?
No.
Oh, yeah. Push the button so the green light comes on.
Right, okay. Sorry, my apologies. So in 2002, the former Historic Places Trust recognised the batches and created a nominal heritage area. And in 2010, thanks to a suggestion that was given to me, and if I can say, your wider colleagues, Ngāti Toa, created a historic reserve for the area where the batches are located. At the time of the heritage area, a council officer suggested to me, well, we could deal with this by inclusion in the district plan. This is 2001. And I said, well, that's very good. Please go ahead and do it. So each year I used to send an email to council and say, weren't you going to include the batches in the district plan? And in 2014, an officer said to me, I've been back through our files, you are correct. We were going to look at inclusion in the plan. And I'm here now to say with a big smile, by the time it's signed off, it would be nearly a quarter of a century. And I think that's bloody slow. So I've come along with a sense of humour. So what I'd like you to contemplate is that there needs to be flexibility in your planning regime to add or subtract minor matters, such as inclusion of batches, into the plans. You know, waiting 20 odd years is shocking. Also on this planning process, on the south coast, where what some of you might know is the first lot of batches past the council's information centre, there was an old kainga there. So because I'm generally known for historical matters, I recently wrote to council and asked what information did they have to justify the category A ranking. Well, baby days, it was 8 months ago and I'm still waiting for a response. Council has to act better, and I think you're in a position to relay word in your summary back to the Chief Executive as part of the submission process, calling for better response to the to written questions of council, or as I said, in relation to inclusion of documents or recognition. The system needs to be titillated a little bit. It's ludicrous to wait, say 20 odd years. And I'm currently writing historical notes on the south coast. Will either go to council as a report or published in some form. So I've got a genuine interest in it, but so I thought I'd come along and say to you that the system needs to be titillated in some way, and perhaps you're part of the mechanism that might facilitate that. So that was it, it was short and sharp. I haven't come to waste time to put photographs up. I know you've had a report. The plan, and you're only considering part of it, to me appears to be lengthy, and you might say it has to be, but looking at the aspects that I've focused on, contains inaccuracies, and the other plea which I'd make, but I'll address it in a different forum, is that officers must place greater emphasis on accuracy of what they choose to write in documents. That's about all. Right. Wish you well, but there's the concept of what I've seen in the submission process. It's the one thing to write a submission. Watching your notes come through, I thought, geez, I'm out of my depth here. And listening to these guys, look, I wish you well with the deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. I just want to be clear. Is this on the better late than never category that the council?
Oh, very, very much so. Very much so. I will. I'd actually penned some notes, and obviously I didn't read from them. But I can. I'm well known at council. I work in with a range of staff on almost a weekly basis on something, from Heritage, one of the council staff recently asked me to take their own folk out on a heritage jaunt and showed them various sites of the council. So I'm their unofficial tour guide in some ways.
Thank you very much.
If I can leave you that.
Thank you. We'll get that copied.
Oh, no, that's just to to refresh your notes about, you know, what did he say about 2014, but,
yes,
but the intent is to be helpful.
Indeed. I just asked commissioners if they have any questions.
Other than to come all this way, other than the minor consequential mistakes that you've mentioned both in your submission and today,
yeah,
you're generally happy with the way the plan has landed with regards to the batches you talked about and all these other things?
I support the conclusion.
Yeah.
But I say the conclusion is another layer to existing, so everything is consistent. But it's the process was long and drawn out.
Yeah.
To get that far. And you can all go home now.
Well, I don't know about that, but hopefully you won't have to wait another 25 years for a decision on this one, a recommendation on this one.
Yes, that's pretty safe.
Yeah.
We're very grateful for you.
But had I not had the years there, you know, it's people forget how long it's been taken. You know, the people I dealt with originally have long gone. All the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Insull.
Thank you.
We will adjourn the hearings. We're back Monday. Good try. Monday at 9 AM.
Monday, sorry.
Now it's close. I have to do a bit of homework. You're Ngāti Toa background?
I am Ngāti Toa, yes.